Are you feeling stuck, tired of the same old version of yourself showing up every day? Maybe you've been thinking it's time for a real change, not just on the outside, but deep inside. If that sounds like you, then this video might be the turning point you've been waiting for. In this special video, we're going to explore something powerful. How to let go of the person you no longer want to be and slowly rebuild a new self, stronger, calmer, and more in tune with what truly matters. We'll do it through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, a philosophy born in ancient Greece that's still changing lives today. But this isn't just about ideas. This is a step-by-step process designed to take you from who you are now to who you were always meant to be. We'll walk through the lessons. Each one is like a tool. Some cut away the parts of your old self that no longer serve you, and others help you grow new habits, new thoughts, and a new sense of peace. But don't worry, you won't need to change everything all at once. You just need to begin. We'll also talk about the hidden traps that often pull people back into their old ways. Silent habits that look harmless, but slowly undo all the work we try to do on ourselves. Knowing how to spot these and step around them is just as important as learning new principles. Think of this video like a mirror and a map. A mirror so you can clearly see what needs to be left behind, and a map so you don't get lost while becoming the new you. Stoicism teaches us that real strength is not loud or flashy. It's quiet, steady, and full of purpose, like a mountain standing still while the wind howls around it. So if you're ready to start over, not from scratch but from wisdom, then join us on this journey. Clear your mind, turn off your distractions, and give yourself the gift of these 4 hours. You might not recognize yourself when it's done, and that could be the best thing that ever happened to you. Let's begin. Before real change can begin, something must end. Stoic thinkers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius knew this deeply. They taught that nothing lasts forever. Not titles, not emotions, not even who we believe we are. So if your current self feels like an anchor dragging you backward, know this: the Stoics would agree. It's time to let go. But not in anger, not in regret. In reason, in clarity, and in strength. This is not about pretending to be someone else. This is about ending the version of you built by fear, shaped by approval, and held together by stories you no longer believe. The version ruled by habits that were once useful, but are now chains. That version served its purpose. And now, like all things in nature, it must return to dust. In Stoic practice, we are reminded that everything borrowed must one day be returned. That includes old roles, false pride, and identities we've clung to out of fear of the unknown. And so, what you are about to do is not emotional fluff. It is a form of personal justice. You're restoring order by clearing out what no longer belongs. The first step is stillness. Sit in silence. Clear away distraction. Not because it's romantic, but because the Stoics believed that clarity arises when the noise fades. Take a moment to look inward, not for drama, but for facts. What behaviors no longer reflect who you are becoming? What roles are you still playing out of habit, not purpose? What masks are you still wearing just to blend in? Write these things down, not as complaints, but as a record. Think of it as a list of debts being settled. This is who you've been. This is what that self gave you. This is what it cost. And just like a Stoic account ledger, once it's written, it can be closed. Then comes the ritual. The Stoics were not big on theatrics, but they deeply valued action tied to meaning. In your case, this act becomes your symbolic break. Burn the letter, Tear it, bury it, throw it into the sea if you must. What matters is that you are telling your reason and your body that a chapter is closed. You are not that person anymore. That version of you has been dismissed with dignity. It is finished. During this moment, say something simple, out loud. Even if your voice is soft, you can say, "This is no longer me," or "That chapter is complete," or even, "I accept the ending." Words ground the mind. They give shape to the invisible. Don't rush to fill the silence that follows. The Stoics spoke of ataraxia, a state of inner peace. That quiet space is not empty. It is the beginning of ataraxia. It is a place of becoming. Don't be afraid of it. You're not lost. You're free. This moment, this ritual is not magic. It's not superstition. It's anchoring, something modern psychology now confirms. When you pair intention with physical movement and strong emotion, your nervous system makes note. You form a mental imprint. You've given your body a landmark, a philosophical marker that tells it, "We don't live there anymore." Even ancient Stoics had versions of this. When Cato would shed a tunic, it was a message. I am not ruled by luxury. When Seneca chose to sleep on the floor during times of comfort, it was to remind himself, I can lose this and remain whole. They weren't punishing themselves, they were training themselves to live in truth, not illusion. You can do the same. Maybe you hold a stone in your hand during the ritual and later leave it somewhere meaningful. Maybe you draw a mark on your skin that fades in a few days. Maybe you remove an item from your space that belonged to the past version of you. The act doesn't need to be complex, it just needs to be real. What matters most is your reasoning. Stoicism is about understanding what is up to you and what is not. The self you're letting go of, that was not truly you. It was a collection of responses to fear, to society, to survival. But now you know better. And the Stoics would tell you, when you know better, you must do better. That is living according to reason. When the act is done, you may feel uncertain, empty. That's natural. The mind has lost a familiar shape. But now comes the true Stoic discipline, rebuilding from virtue, not vanity. The Stoics built their lives not around popularity or control, but around four things: wisdom, courage, justice, temperance. These are your new building blocks. This is your foundation. So now begin defining your new identity through these values. What does wisdom look like in your everyday choices? Not cleverness, but clarity. What does courage look like? Not loud gestures, but honest action. What does justice mean in how you treat others and yourself? And temperance. How will you practice balance so nothing owns you? Don't worry if the answers aren't clear. The Stoics didn't expect instant mastery. What they practiced was daily alignment. They reviewed their actions. They asked themselves, did I act from virtue today? You can do the same. That's how the new identity is shaped, one disciplined day at a time. You will be tempted to slip back, to wear the old mask again because it's comfortable. But now you have something new, awareness. You've declared the old self dead. You've given it a funeral. To wear it again would be to live in a lie. A Stoic does not trade truth for ease. There will also be people who still treat you like the old version. That's okay. Let them. The Stoic answer isn't to fight for approval. It's to live by principle. Let your actions be your introduction. Let time prove your transformation. And if you fail, If you falter, start again. That's what Marcus Aurelius meant when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." You may not control the reaction of others, but you can control your response. You can return to your principles every time. This is what the ritual begins. Not perfection, but a path. You now walk it with more honesty. You have buried what was false. You have honored what helped you. And you've made space for who you must become next. Let this not be a grand performance. Let it be a quiet, firm decision. I am no longer who I used to be. I walk forward now, not with noise, but with resolve. This is how Stoics transformed. And now, so do you. You've done the hard part. You've let the old self go. Not by running from it, but by standing in front of it and saying, "You've served your time." That version of you now belongs to the past. The space is clear. The silence has returned. But now something else begins. Something quieter at first, but far more powerful. The building of a new internal shape. And here's the truth. If you don't choose what comes next, old patterns will. They wait. They don't ask permission. Human nature seeks identity. Always. It looks for roles to play, characters to copy, traits to attach to. If you don't create that with intention, your mind will reach into the past and pull forward the same tired roles, wearing new clothes. That's why the next step matters so much. It's not just about who you want to be. It's about what archetype now leads your life. The Stoics taught that we become what we practice. Our habits shape our soul. They spoke of becoming a philosopher, not in name, but in action. The sage, not by title, but by thought, speech, and behavior. In this same spirit, you now begin the process of stepping into a new archetype, a guiding internal model, chosen not by childhood reactions or past pain, but by wisdom and clarity. This is archetype replacement therapy, and it works not through fantasy, but through conscious embodiment. You've already outgrown the survival roles your younger self built. The pleaser, the controller, the avoider, the performer. These weren't wrong. They helped you adapt, but they were not rooted in reason. They were reactions to unmet needs, unfinished fears, and unstable environments. The problem is that those roles don't just leave when the danger is gone. They linger. They sit in your decisions. They appear in your relationships. They speak when you hesitate, when you self-sabotage, when you shrink or lash out. They don't need to be hated, but they do need to be replaced. The first step is observation. Look at the patterns in your life not as mistakes, but as signals. When you keep abandoning projects, what part of you is leading? When you withdraw from intimacy, what voice is taking over? When you speak with sharpness or silence when you meant to connect, who's behind the wheel? Write these parts down as roles, not as facts. Don't say, "I am this way." Say, "This behavior is often present." That small shift creates distance. It gives you choice. Then trace each role back to its earliest memory. When did you learn that shrinking made people more comfortable? When did being quiet keep you safe? When did being perfect earn you love? These roots are not shameful. They're evidence. They tell you how strong your younger self had to be. Now, having seen these inner players clearly, you release them. Not all at once, not with force, but with maturity. You say, "I see you, I thank you, but you're not needed anymore." And now, with space made clear again, you ask the deeper question: who is better suited to lead now? This is not about becoming someone fake. It's about choosing a higher version of you that already exists deep inside, one who has simply not been given the chance to lead. Archetypes are not characters you act out. They are structures of energy, habits of being that shape how you show up in life. The warrior doesn't just fight, they persevere. They act with courage even when doubt whispers. They take action not because they feel ready, but because the mission calls. If your life has been dominated by hesitation, fear, and emotional paralysis, the warrior archetype may serve you now, not in noise or control, but in movement and inner certainty. The sage is calm, deliberate, aware. They respond instead of react. They speak with intention and listen deeply. If your past was full of chaos, reactivity, or emotional swings, the sage brings restoration. They do not chase peace, they become it. The creator brings renewal. They don't escape into fantasy, they build from raw truth. They express what cannot be said in normal language. They turn pain into form. If you've been silenced, neglected, or numbed, this archetype brings color, motion, life. There are many others, the guide, the healer, the leader, the alchemist. But you do not need to take on all of them. In fact, trying to do so will scatter you. Pick one, not based on what sounds cool. Choose based on what your life is asking for. Which internal posture do you need most right now to step into the next version of your life? Once chosen, begin study. This is key. Don't just think about the archetype. Learn from it. What are its values? What behaviors does it choose? What does it tolerate? What does it walk away from? This archetype becomes your new template. You're not imitating someone else. You're aligning yourself with a deeper part of you that has been dormant. Archetypes work best when they are embodied daily, not worshipped from afar. Each morning, check in. Ask, how would the warrior approach today? How would the sage handle this conflict? How would the creator respond to this frustration? You're not acting, you're training. At first, it will feel unfamiliar. That's not because it's fake. It's because you're unused to wholeness. Your nervous system has been conditioned to expect the opposite. But like a muscle, repetition builds comfort. Over time, it becomes natural. You start to walk like that version, speak like that version, think like that version, because now it is your version. Language becomes important here. The way you speak to yourself must reflect this archetype. The Stoics were relentless about internal language. Epictetus taught that what we say to ourselves matters more than what others say to us. If your internal speech is still built around fear, smallness, or apology, the old identity is still whispering. Shift the language, not with fake affirmations, but with clarity. Stop saying, "I'm not good at this." Start saying, "I'm learning, I'm adapting." Stop saying, "I always mess things up." Start saying, "Today I act with intention." Speak as the archetype would speak, not to convince others, to anchor yourself. This doesn't mean becoming rigid. Stoicism teaches balance, temperance. Your archetype must remain flexible. Life will still surprise you. You must adapt. A true warrior doesn't fight every battle. They know when to hold back. A sage isn't silent all the time. They know when to speak with impact. A creator doesn't create endlessly. They rest, they observe, they begin again with purpose. As you grow into this archetype, your environment must shift too. Not all at once, but in steps. Your surroundings send messages to your mind. If your space is filled with objects, patterns, or people that reflect the old identity, your nervous system stays confused. Change what you can. Small things. One shelf, one routine, one space in your home that reflects the new archetype. Let it expand over time. The same goes for your community. You do not need to cut everyone off, but be honest. Does your current circle speak to the old you or the new one? Who challenges you to grow? Who mirrors your potential? Who reminds you of the past you're trying to outgrow? You don't need perfect people. You need aligned ones. As the weeks pass, track behavior. Don't track feelings. Emotions will come and go. What matters is action. Did you make the decision the archetype would make? Did you take the risk, speak the truth, hold the boundary, stay calm? That's the real metric. Progress is measured in movement, not mood. When setbacks happen, return to the structure. The Stoics taught that resilience is built through practice. They expected difficulty. They prepared the mind for it. When you fall into old patterns, don't collapse. Don't say, "I've failed." Say, "This is part of training," and step back into posture. Ritual helps anchor the archetype even deeper. Begin your day with a small physical act, a gesture, a breath, a phrase that signals who you are becoming, not to impress anyone, but to stabilize your compass. Stoics used journaling, silence, reflection. You can adapt this. Light a candle, place a hand on your chest, stretch, breathe, speak a value aloud. Small actions, repeated daily, become identity. Over time, you'll notice something subtle but strong. Your decisions shift. You hesitate less. You speak with more weight. You say no with less guilt. You begin doing things your old self only dreamed of, not because you're suddenly fearless, but because your foundation is solid. You know who you are. And when people ask, "What changed?" you won't need to explain. They'll feel it in how you move. They'll hear it in your tone. They'll notice it in your presence. And you won't be performing. You'll simply be inhabiting yourself, fully, maybe for the first time in your life. This is the power of archetype replacement. Not a costume, not a trick. A conscious, rational decision to lead your life from a higher seat. The Stoics would tell you, there is no greater freedom than self-rule. To govern yourself, to choose your way of being, that is where real power begins. Now that you've cleared space and selected your new center, your next steps are clear. Not louder, not bigger, but truer. You continue, one choice at a time. The old you is quiet now. Let them rest. Your new self has work to do. You've chosen your new foundation. The old identity is no longer driving, and the new archetype has stepped forward with clarity. But even with this shift, there's something subtle still pulling beneath the surface, the invisible roots of who you've believed yourself to be for years. These roots are made of memory, not just what happened, but how you've explained it to yourself. And unless those stories are reviewed, rewritten, and understood, they'll quietly keep shaping how you see yourself, no matter how much you try to change. The Stoics taught that it is not events that disturb us, but our judgment about those events. This single principle unlocks a new door. Your past is not fixed. The facts may not change, but the meaning you've given those facts, that's entirely up to you. Most people never question their internal stories. They live their entire lives based on a handful of early experiences that got burned into memory, often shaped by pain, misunderstanding, or fear, and never ask, is this story accurate? Is this story fair? Is this story useful? A memory audit is not about forgetting. It's not about pretending that what happened didn't happen. It's about stepping back, examining your life's mental records, and asking, what story am I still telling about this moment? And does it still serve me? Because whether you realize it or not, every major belief you carry about who you are has a memory attached to it. These memories act like the glue that holds identity together. And unless that glue is checked, cleaned, or replaced, it can keep you stuck. The process begins with attention. Sit down in a quiet space and look closely at your recurring self-talk, especially the ones that begin with, "I've always been the," or "I could never," or "That's just how I am." These are not facts. They're echoes of past moments that need to be revisited. Once you have a few of these thoughts written down, trace them backward. What early memory gave birth to this belief? Often the strongest self-beliefs come from moments of emotional charge, failure, embarrassment, rejection, punishment, or deep loneliness. But here's the problem. Those memories were experienced with a young mind, a mind that didn't have full context, didn't have tools, didn't have support. And yet the interpretation you formed back then is still active now, decades later. This is where the work begins. You return to that memory not as a victim, not to relive the pain, but as a calm, aware adult. You walk into it again, carefully, and look at it through different eyes. You ask, what else could have been true? Was the rejection really because I wasn't enough, or was the other person limited in their own way? Was the failure really a proof of my worth, or was it a moment of growth I wasn't ready to see? You're not changing the facts. You're correcting the lens. You're stepping out of the child's position and into the philosopher's seat. This isn't denial, it's reinterpretation. And it's necessary because the brain doesn't store memory like a perfect recording. It stores memory based on emotion and interpretation, which means those stories can be rewritten, if done with care. It's helpful to write out the original memory in as much detail as you remember. Not to relive the emotion, but to identify where the meaning was formed. Then, directly underneath, write an updated version of the event, one that includes missing context, compassion, and wisdom. Use neutral language. Stick to what can be known. Don't exaggerate, and don't try to make yourself the hero. Just be fair. That fairness is what creates healing. This kind of reflection has a direct effect on the nervous system. When old memories are updated with safer, more balanced interpretations, the body begins to release its grip. Tension patterns shift. Emotional flashbacks decrease. The inner narrative stops looping. That space allows new decisions, new behaviors, and new identity to settle in more fully. For some memories, especially those filled with shame, guilt, or deep rejection, it may help to speak aloud, either alone or with a therapist, to give voice to the old interpretation and then speak the new one directly after. The contrast helps cement the shift. The act of speaking transforms the story from internal assumption to external choice. It becomes an act of reclaiming your past instead of being haunted by it. Stoicism teaches the concept of retrospective clarity, the ability to look back at difficulty with a rational lens. Marcus Aurelius didn't ask for a smooth life. He trained himself to understand the nature of events. You're doing the same thing here. You're not asking for a new past. You're developing a new relationship with the past you had. Be careful not to turn this process into blame. This is not about finding new people to be angry at. That keeps you trapped. The purpose is clarity. When you understand why things felt the way they did, you're no longer controlled by them. When you can see the story for what it was, you're finally free to move forward. Once a few memories have been rewritten, you'll start to notice something subtle but powerful. your inner dialogue shifts. The storylines that once made you feel small or stuck begin to lose power. That old feeling of being less than weakens, and in its place, a quieter voice begins to form, one that says, maybe I'm not broken, maybe I was just misinformed. The past no longer defines you, it informs you. That shift is everything. You can deepen this work by connecting your new archetype with your updated story. For example, if you've chosen the warrior and your memory once told you that you were helpless or weak, then rewriting that memory allows the warrior to take up space inside you more fully. You're no longer contradicting yourself internally. The new self and the new story align. That alignment builds momentum. Some people find it helpful to take the rewritten version of a major memory and turn it into a small personal statement. Not a quote or affirmation, but a reminder of what's now true. Something like, I was left out, but I was not worthless. Or, they didn't understand me, but I was still whole. These phrases can be written on paper, placed somewhere visible, or spoken silently before big decisions. They act as anchors, reminders that the old story no longer leads. If grief comes up during this process, allow it. Sometimes what hurts most is realizing how long you've believed something false. Grieve that time, but don't waste energy on regret. The Stoics were clear: we cannot control the past, but we can change how we relate to it right now. And in doing that, we stop carrying it as a burden. You may also notice that rewriting one story brings up others. That's normal. Identity is a web, not a single thread. Each belief is tied to others. Don't rush to do it all at once. Go one layer at a time. Stay present. One clean story, written with care, is more powerful than 10 rushed edits. To track your progress, notice your behavior. Are you reacting less? Are you speaking with more honesty? Are you no longer avoiding situations that used to trigger fear or shame? These are signs the story has changed at a deeper level. You don't need to feel inspired. You need to see movement. Memory work is not just about the past. It reshapes the present and clears the path for the future. The stories you carry define the risks you're willing to take, the boundaries you set, the love you accept, and the goals you believe are possible. When those stories are distorted, everything built on top of them becomes shaky. But when the stories are aligned with reason, truth, and compassion, you gain strength, not just in your mind, but in your entire way of being. There's a final step to lock in this work. Act in accordance with the new story. Let your daily life reflect the update. If your new narrative is, I am no longer invisible, then speak in meetings, take space in conversations. If your new story is, I am not broken, then stop apologizing for existing. Let behavior become the evidence of change. This is what makes the memory audit real. Not just reflection, but correction, followed by expression. You are no longer bound to the child's version of events. You are no longer stuck in an outdated emotional frame. You've gone back, seen clearly, and chosen a new lens. That's what the Stoics called self-governance. And with that, you now walk forward with fewer weights. Your past still exists, but it doesn't own you. That's how you take your power back, not by pretending it didn't hurt, but by choosing to see it through wiser eyes. With your internal story re-examined and rewritten, something fundamental has shifted. The past no longer speaks with the same authority. Old beliefs have been questioned. The conclusions you once accepted without thought now feel open to new interpretation. But even after changing your relationship with memory, there is still a deeper question. Where does your thinking live? Most people go their entire lives thinking within the walls they were handed. These walls are shaped by their upbringing, their culture, their family systems, the education they received, and the narrow roles they've been assigned. Without knowing it, they accept a fixed mental address, a single model of how the world works, how people behave, and what is possible. But what if that entire internal city, its streets, its rules, its language, was built by accident? And what if it's no longer fit for the person you are becoming? Cognitive nomadism is the art of relocating your mind into better territory. It means shifting your base model of how to think, not what to think, by drawing from other disciplines, philosophies, professions, and cultures. It means walking away from the familiar mental furniture and setting up camp in places that challenge your perspective. The Stoics themselves were early mental travelers. Marcus Aurelius borrowed from Eastern thought without knowing it. Epictetus layered Socratic thinking into his core practices, and Seneca absorbed lessons from places and people far beyond his Roman station. They didn't build thought systems to feel safe. They built them to become strong. This type of mental relocation starts by identifying your default. What model do you currently use to solve problems? What do you assume about people, about failure, about time, success, conflict, self-worth? Write down your most consistent internal themes. Then ask, where did this model come from? Is it based on survival, on religion, on one parent's voice, on a job role that became your identity? Understanding the origin of your thinking doesn't make it bad, it makes it visible. And that visibility gives you the power to question whether you want to keep living there. Because if your mental model was shaped in a space built for obedience, you might now find yourself craving innovation. If your thinking grew from a culture of silence, you may now need frameworks that reward honesty. If your beliefs were trained in scarcity, it may be time to learn how thinkers in abundant structures make decisions. Cognitive nomadism requires curiosity. It starts by entering a mental space unlike your own, not to become it, but to learn from it. For example, an artist solves problems through pattern, feeling, and chaos tolerance. Their thoughts are shaped by aesthetics and ambiguity. A scientist moves through hypothesis, testing, and precision. Their decisions come from systems and peer review. A Zen monk brings attention to emptiness, to breath, to observation without attachment. A Stoic focuses on reason, moral clarity, and aligning with nature's order. A military strategist views action through terrain, timing, and psychological leverage. None of these are right or wrong. They are territories, and the more you visit, the more you grow. The mistake is assuming one map fits every landscape. That's how people get stuck. They keep using the same thought structures, even when their life circumstances have evolved far beyond them. They ask new questions using old vocabulary. But language limits perception. If you've only ever seen things in black and white, you will misjudge every shade of grey. By exposing yourself to entirely different thinking models, you expand your ability to hold more truth, more contrast, more nuance, without needing to collapse back into certainty. To begin this process, choose one field far outside your current worldview. If you are logical, dive into poetry. If you are emotionally driven, read Stoic texts. If you are academic, spend time studying tribal oral traditions. If you come from spiritual backgrounds, immerse yourself in empirical science, not to switch sides, but to widen your lens. Exposure is the beginning of transformation. As you explore, focus on structure, not opinion. Ask, how does this person approach problems? What do they prioritize? What assumptions are invisible to them but obvious to me? What emotional tone shapes their worldview? What questions do they ask that I would never think to ask? Keep a journal of these reflections, not to become the other, but to collect building materials for your own evolved model. Over time, you start constructing a mental city that's more diverse, more resilient, more intelligent, because it's not made of one single worldview. It becomes modular, dynamic, and adaptive. That flexibility is what the Stoics would call reasoned, a thinking system in harmony with reality, not at war with it. The mind must be taught how to move between modes. Just as the body trains itself to shift from walking to running to climbing, your thinking must learn how to switch context without losing clarity. This means learning how to code switch between logic and emotion, between structure and intuition, between boldness and restraint. When you master this movement, you stop being a captive of one mindset and begin leading with strategic adaptability. Modern neuroscience supports this practice. Studies show that the most creative and effective thinkers often display higher mental flexibility, the ability to shift between different types of thinking and problem-solving strategies. They can balance divergent and convergent thinking. They are not stuck in how they were raised to think. They move, and through movement, they discover new insights that others miss entirely. This flexibility becomes your new strength. You begin noticing when your default model is no longer serving the situation. You see that the way you used to analyze relationships, maybe through competition or control, now requires empathy and curiosity. You observe that the work model that made you succeed in one company now holds you back in a new role. You adapt without betrayal. You evolve with purpose. One of the most powerful effects of cognitive nomadism is increased emotional distance. When you realize your thoughts are not absolute truths, but shaped by a specific context, you stop reacting so defensively. You develop intellectual humility. You say, "This is one way to see it. Let me explore others." That posture opens space for deeper dialogue, better relationships, and clearer decisions. To maintain this way of thinking, you need regular input from unfamiliar places. Read books that challenge you. Spend time with people whose lives operate on completely different assumptions. Visit places where your values are not the default. Study thinkers who dismantle your certainty. This isn't about disloyalty to your roots. It's about loyalty to truth, in whatever form it arrives. The key is discernment. You don't absorb everything. You observe, test, adapt. Like a craftsman in a global market, you pick the best tools from many cultures. You assemble them with care. You don't become fragmented. You become resourced. That's the difference between shallow novelty and deep integration. Over time, you'll begin to notice that your thoughts carry more precision, more range. When conflict arises, you don't collapse into panic. You scan for perspectives. You pause. You respond from a model that fits the moment, not just the one you were given at birth. That's freedom. The Stoics called this living in accordance with nature. Nature, to them, was not just trees and rivers. It was the structure of things. And to live well meant to align your reason with reality, not with custom or impulse. Cognitive nomadism aligns perfectly with this. It teaches you to question whether your current mental habitat matches your reality. If not, move. Build again. Live better. Eventually, This way of thinking becomes normal. You stop needing to defend a single model. You stop being surprised by change. You develop mental citizenship in many places. And like any well-traveled soul, you carry stories, lessons, tools, and a deep respect for difference. You become more than your origin. You become capable of leading not just yourself, but others. Your inner world begins to reflect this growth. Conversations become richer. Creative ideas arrive more frequently. Confusion turns into curiosity. And rather than reacting to every problem with a fixed set of tools, you ask, which model fits best here? That question alone can save years of wasted effort. This is not complexity for the sake of ego. It's simplicity earned through exploration, because the more models you've walked through, the more clearly you see what matters. You become harder to deceive, not because you're cynical, but because you've seen too many lenses to believe only one. To conclude this movement, anchor the lesson with action. Choose one decision you've been struggling with. Now, approach it through 3 different mental models: a Stoic philosopher, a systems engineer, and an artist. What does each version prioritize? What does each version avoid? What does each version teach you? Don't choose the answer based on comfort. Choose it based on clarity. That's how thinking grows. That's how transformation becomes intelligence. Now that you've broken free from the old structures of thought, your mind is more open, flexible, and alert. But even with a new cognitive landscape, something deeper still waits in the background, not in your logic, but in your emotion. Patterns that aren't spoken in words, reactions that show up before thought has a chance to speak, feelings that belong to old versions of you still living quietly in your body. These aren't weaknesses, they are echoes, and unless they are cleared, they will pull you back toward the self you've worked so hard to leave behind. Emotions don't disappear just because you understand them. They linger in the nervous system. They stay in posture, breath, muscle, and instinct. You can change your identity, your story, and your thinking, but if you've never released the energy behind the emotional loops you've carried for years, they will find new ways to express themselves through tension, fatigue, numbness, or overreaction. This is why emotional extinction matters, not to erase feeling, but to clear the old responses that no longer match who you are becoming. Emotional extinction is not about pushing emotions down or pretending to be unaffected. It is a conscious and controlled confrontation with the emotional weight you've stored without release. It is the difference between a wildfire and a planned burn. One destroys, the other clears space for new life. Begin by recognizing your patterns, not through judgment, but with attention. When do you overreact to minor things? What triggers you consistently in ways that don't make sense to others? What situations bring a surge of fear, anger, guilt, or sadness that seems larger than the moment? These are not random. They are emotional leftovers, unprocessed memories, unresolved shame, quiet grief, or denied rage. Once identified, these patterns must be named, not by over-analyzing, but by anchoring. For each repeated emotional response, write down a sentence that describes its typical voice. For example, I get ignored, and I feel small and furious. Or, I get blamed, and I shut down completely. Then ask yourself, when did this first begin? You're not trying to trace every detail, but to locate the original emotional blueprint. The body remembers what the mind forgets. You may not recall the exact moment something started, but your nervous system will. Pay attention to what your body does when you think about certain events, people, or moments. If your chest tightens, your breath shortens, your muscles clench, or your eyes sting, that's your signal. That's a portal. The Stoics taught that we cannot control what comes to us, but we can control how we relate to it. That means you don't need to get rid of the emotion. You need to face it differently. That begins with containment. Choose a safe space, physical, emotional, and mental. No distractions, no interruptions. Set a clear intention to release what no longer serves. This is not therapy. This is personal integration. Inside this space, give the emotion room to surface. Don't chase it. Don't resist it. Just allow it to rise. Use breath to stay grounded. Inhale deeply. Hold. Exhale slowly. Let the emotion come up like a wave. Your job is not to explain it. Your job is to stay with it without flinching. This is the storm. This is the burn. Some people find it helpful to express through the body. Shaking, crying, deep sighing, movement, these are not signs of weakness. They are signs that the nervous system is releasing. Controlled exposure leads to transformation. If the energy feels too strong, pause, regulate, then continue. The point is not to relive trauma. It is to witness the part of you that carried it without release. Once the emotion has passed its peak, bring in awareness. Ask, what truth is this emotion pointing to that I haven't allowed myself to feel? Anger often hides powerlessness. Sadness often hides unmet needs. Fear often hides old betrayals. You are not your emotion. You are the observer of the signal, and the signal is information. As the energy fades, bring in completion. Not by replacing the emotion with something forced, but by acknowledging what has changed. Say aloud or write down, this emotion came from a version of me that needed protection. I thank it, and I release it now. The body hears this. The psyche hears this. The process settles. Over time, you'll begin to notice that the same triggers hit with less force. The emotional sting softens. Your recovery time shortens. This is how extinction works, not by deleting memory, but by separating emotion from identity. You're no longer run by it. You're no longer fused with it. To support this, develop a simple recovery ritual. After an emotional storm, do something grounding. Take a walk. Place your hand on your chest. Drink cold water slowly. Hum or listen to slow rhythms. These behaviors help signal to your nervous system that the threat has passed. Without this signal, your body may stay activated even after the emotion ends. One of the most important parts of this work is neutrality. Emotions are not moral. They are messengers. They aren't good or bad. They are signals of inner meaning, inner wounds, inner needs. The Stoics never said, don't feel. They said, don't be ruled. And that is the difference you are now learning to live. Do not confuse numbness with peace. Many people suppress their emotions so deeply that they no longer feel intensity, but they are still ruled by those emotions through avoidance, distraction, or disconnection. True peace comes not from shutting down, but from facing, feeling, and releasing. This kind of emotional work takes courage. But courage doesn't always look loud. Sometimes it looks like sitting quietly with your own pain without turning away. Sometimes it looks like breathing deeply instead of reacting. Sometimes it looks like whispering to yourself, I survived. I'm safe now. The more you practice this, the more you'll realize that emotional storms are not your enemy. They are your teacher. They show you where the self was frozen. They reveal where your boundaries were broken. They teach you what still needs care. and through that attention, they loosen their grip. Eventually, emotional extinction becomes a natural part of your inner life. When a strong feeling arises, you recognize it. You pause. You feel it. You learn from it. And you let it go. There's no panic, no shame, just movement, just flow. The body stops holding what it no longer needs to store. This makes room for clarity, decision, and stability. When the body is not overwhelmed by suppressed emotion, the mind sharpens, the voice steadies, the heart becomes more available. Relationships shift, self-trust returns, energy rises, and all of it is real. Not from pretending, but from processing. What you've done through this practice is clean your emotional terrain. Just as you rewrote the stories of your past and relocated the structure of your thoughts, you've now cleared the emotional weight that would have distorted your growth. What you carry forward now is lighter, truer, and more aligned. With emotional weight no longer clouding your system, clarity begins to return. You're no longer reacting from pain that lives under the surface. You're making space. But now that you're no longer driven by suppressed feeling, you're ready to face something even more challenging, something that hides in plain sight. These are not emotional habits, not memories, not trauma responses. These are the beliefs you've accepted as facts, the knowledge you've built your identity on, the systems of thought you were taught to trust without question. These are the quiet rules that have governed you for so long, you've forgotten they were ever optional. This is where unlearning begins. Most people think growth is about adding more knowledge, more insight, more strategies. But there's another side to the process. The Stoics understood this well. They believed that much of human suffering came not from ignorance, but from clinging to ideas that were either incomplete or entirely false. Seneca often warned against the opinions of the crowd, urging the seeker to step away from inherited assumptions. Marcus Aurelius repeated the reminder that truth is simple, and that much of what we accept without thinking is simply noise from other people's confusion. Unlearning is the process of deliberately dismantling what you've accepted as true, but never fully examined. It means letting go of certainty. It means questioning beliefs that used to keep you safe. It means being willing to drop conclusions that helped you survive, but are now holding you back from evolving. It starts with identifying which beliefs feel rigid. These are the ideas that provoke resistance when challenged, the thoughts that feel like rules, the "this is just how I am" statements, the "that could never work" assumptions. These mental boundaries often disguise themselves as personality or wisdom, but many are just leftover conclusions from limited moments. To unlearn, begin by writing down some of the core beliefs that shape how you live. Go beyond what you say publicly. Get honest. What do you assume about people, about money, about love, about success, about yourself, about failure? Look at the places where you've hit a wall. What patterns repeat? Often behind every stuck pattern is a belief pretending to be the truth. Take one belief at a time and trace it. Where did this idea come from? Was it taught directly or absorbed through repetition? Did it come from a parent, a teacher, a religion, a boss, a cultural norm? And more importantly, did you ever choose it? Choice is the beginning of freedom. You cannot unlearn something until you recognize that it was learned, and everything learned can be questioned. Once you've traced the origin, test it. Ask whether the belief is universally true. Could someone else live by the opposite belief and still live well? If so, your belief is not a law, it's a lens. And if it's a lens, it can be changed. But don't stop at the surface. Go further. Ask, what behavior has this belief created in my life? What relationships has it shaped? What chances has it stopped me from taking? What goals has it told me are out of reach? The consequences of a belief will often tell you more than its content. Some beliefs you'll find are outdated. They served a purpose once. Maybe they were protective. Maybe they kept you in alignment with a group, but now you've outgrown them. Others you'll find were never truly yours to begin with. They were installed before you had the capacity to think critically. That's not your fault, but keeping them is your responsibility. Unlearning doesn't require hatred or rebellion. It requires calm removal. You don't need to fight the old belief. You need to see through it. When you recognize that an idea is just that, an idea, not reality, it begins to lose its power. This clarity creates a gap. In that gap, you have a choice. You can replace the belief with a new one, or you can choose to sit in uncertainty. Both are valid. Sometimes the most powerful step is to say, I don't know yet. The ego hates this. It wants certainty. But growth often comes from living in the unknown longer than feels comfortable. To support this process, practice deliberate contradiction. Take a belief you've always had and explore the exact opposite. If you've always believed vulnerability is weakness, spend time reading or listening to thinkers who argue it's a strength. Not to agree immediately, but to challenge your automatic reaction. Exposure to opposing thought creates mental flexibility. Over time, this flexibility leads to deeper discernment. Unlearning also means detaching from systems that reward you for staying the same. This might include institutions, roles, or relationships that are built around who you used to be. These systems may resist your change. They may subtly punish your shift. This doesn't mean you need to destroy them, but it does mean you need to stop letting them define what's true for you. One of the more difficult aspects of unlearning is identity loss. You may feel adrift, like you don't know who you are without certain beliefs. This is part of the process. You are not falling apart. You are shedding a mental costume that no longer fits. The discomfort is temporary. The space it creates is permanent. To stabilize yourself, return to values. Even as you release beliefs, you can remain anchored in principles. The Stoics did this constantly. They questioned everything outside of virtue. Everything beyond wisdom, justice, courage, and self-restraint was up for examination. You can do the same. Let values guide your questioning. If a belief leads you away from peace, humility, and action, challenge it. Another layer of unlearning involves assumptions about knowledge itself. Most people equate more information with better understanding. But too much information, unfiltered, creates confusion. True wisdom comes not from collecting endless input, but from distilling what matters. This means you may need to unlearn your addiction to information. You may need to stop confusing stimulation with depth. Try this. Go one day without seeking new input. No podcasts, no books, no scrolling for advice. Instead, sit with what you already know and ask, what here still feels true? What here still holds weight when tested? What here has become noise? This practice strengthens your inner compass. It shifts your dependence from outer voices to inner clarity. That's not arrogance. That's integration. It means you begin to trust your reasoning, not because it's always right, but because it's being tested, cleaned, and sharpened through real attention. Unlearning as a skill also requires humility. You will be wrong. You will hold on to things longer than you should. You will resist letting go of ideas that make you feel safe. That's natural. But each time you release one, you grow stronger. You don't become emptier. You become more open, more precise, more aware. There is no final destination in this process. You will continue to unlearn throughout your life. The moment you believe you've found permanent truth, you've likely stopped growing. The Stoics warned against pride in understanding. They believed in discipline, in effort, and in regular examination. You don't need to be perfect. You need to stay awake. As you continue this path, you may start to rebuild, not in a rush, not because you must, but because some beliefs do serve your highest self. These new beliefs are earned. They are chosen with care. They are tested through experience, and they feel quiet, not heavy. You don't need to defend them loudly. They hold on their own. Eventually, you'll notice that unlearning becomes less painful. You begin to feel lighter. You spend less time clinging to what no longer works. You let go faster. You speak more clearly. You ask better questions. You begin to live more by awareness than by assumption. Now that you've learned to question what you once believed to be true, you've created space for something rare: honest self-alignment. But even with new awareness, even with better beliefs and clearer thoughts, something subtle still slips through. Not because you are blind to it, but because it's quiet. It doesn't shout like fear or freeze like doubt. It works in whispers, in nods, in silence. These are not the loud failures. These are the quiet moments when you don't stand fully with yourself, when you step away from who you've said you are. These are the micro-betrayals. They happen fast. You say yes when you meant no. You keep listening when something inside you says leave. You laugh to avoid awkwardness, not because it's true to you. You stay quiet to keep the peace, though what needed saying was the truth. These small shifts don't feel like much in the moment, but over time they form patterns, and patterns become identity. This is where old versions of you sneak back in, not through force, but through small self-abandonments repeated daily. The Stoics believed that virtue was the only good, and anything that separated you from your inner integrity was a kind of decay. But decay doesn't always show up as disaster. It often shows up as comfort, politeness, convenience. It shows up as slowly slipping into roles that do not belong to you. Detecting micro-betrayals requires presence. You won't find them while distracted. You must slow down enough to catch the moment before you speak, the breath before you agree, the shift in posture before you fold. Watch your habits in real time. When you're in a conversation, notice when your tone changes. Does it match your truth or mirror the other person's comfort? When you're alone with a choice, track how quickly you abandon what you know is right for what feels easier. These are not failures. They are signals. Each time you feel the tension between what is easy and what is honest, you are standing at a gate. Walk through the right one, and you come closer to who you are. Walk through the wrong one, and you delay your own evolution. The act itself might be small. The effect builds. To uncover these moments, begin keeping a self-integrity log. At the end of each day, write down where you felt slightly off, slightly unclear, slightly diminished. Not because someone forced you, but because you stepped away from yourself. This kind of reflection is not punishment. It's refinement. It's how you sharpen awareness without shame. Over time, you'll begin to notice patterns. Certain people may trigger more micro-betrayals. Certain environments may pressure you to shrink. Certain times of day may leave you more likely to go quiet when you should speak. These are valuable data points, not because they define you, but because they show you where your attention must go. The goal is not perfection. The goal is awareness. Every time you catch a micro-betrayal in the moment, you create the possibility of a different outcome. You can pause, breathe, choose again. That pause is power. Some micro-betrayals hide behind what seems kind. You stay silent to keep others comfortable. You over-explain to soften the truth. You say yes out of guilt, not generosity. But kindness without truth is manipulation. The Stoics valued justice and courage for a reason. To live well, you must stand firmly in both your words and your silences. There is no virtue in pretending. Other micro-betrayals are internal. You say you'll wake early, but hit snooze. You promise yourself rest, but keep scrolling. You tell yourself you're going to write, to walk, to change, and you don't. These seem harmless, but each time you go back on your own word, you make it easier to distrust yourself, and self-distrust leads to hesitation, overthinking, and the slow erosion of confidence. So, rebuilding this requires discipline. When you say you will do something, begin keeping it, especially when no one is watching. These are private agreements. They are not about proving anything to others. They are about becoming someone your own mind can rely on. You can start small. Choose one daily action that reflects who you say you are. One choice that aligns your behavior with your core values. Maybe it's a morning practice. Maybe it's how you end your day. Maybe it's a way you speak in one relationship. Whatever you choose, make it consistent. Consistency is the soil where trust grows. When you catch yourself in a micro-betrayal, correct it gently. Pause, name it, and choose again. If the moment has passed, reflect afterward and decide how you'll meet it next time. You don't need to carry guilt. You need to increase awareness. The more honest you are, the more integrity becomes your default, not your goal. Another way to expose hidden self-betrayals is to pay attention to your body. Often your body responds before your mind understands. Your shoulders tighten, your stomach clenches, your voice lowers. These are not weaknesses, they are clues. They tell you that something just happened that didn't match your truth. Use this feedback. Practice body awareness before, during, and after social or personal moments of decision. After a meeting, ask, was I fully present? Did I agree with what I said? Did I speak from alignment or habit? Your body will answer faster than your mind. Some of the hardest micro-betrayals come from fear of being misunderstood. You hide parts of yourself. You soften language. You use vague terms so others won't push back. But in doing this, you teach yourself that being seen is dangerous. Over time, this becomes identity, quiet, edited, incomplete. Stoicism rejects this. The Stoics believe that your life is not to be lived for approval. Your duty is not to make people comfortable. It is to live with reason, honesty, and discipline, no matter how it is received. This does not mean becoming blunt or aggressive. It means choosing clarity over performance. It means speaking what is true for you, with care, but without apology. That practice builds strength, not just in speech, but in thought and presence. To unlearn the habit of self-betrayal, surround yourself with accountability, not judgment, real accountability. People who reflect back your values, who gently call out when you've drifted, who remind you of who you are without trying to control you. The presence of these people can reveal more than any journal, because when you are seen clearly by another, it becomes harder to betray yourself. Also be careful of environments that reward self-abandonment. Workplaces, social circles, family systems that ask you to shrink, twist, or hide will make micro-betrayals feel normal. They will train you to confuse compliance with maturity. The more often you accept this, the more distant your real self becomes. It takes strength to stand in a room and not perform, to stay steady when others shift, to say no without needing to explain. This strength is not loud, it's quiet. It lives in posture, in breath, in presence. But it only grows when you stop rehearsing false roles. When you begin catching and correcting micro-betrayals, something profound happens. You begin to feel clean, not in a moral sense, but in an energetic one. You stop carrying so much tension. You start speaking faster because you're no longer filtering for safety. You sleep deeper. You feel more awake during the day. Your relationships feel lighter even when they're hard. And your decisions carry weight, not because you force them, but because they come from someone fully present. This is the path of alignment, not perfection, not performance, but truth, quiet, steady truth. And every time you walk it, you strengthen the core of the new self you've been building since the beginning of this journey. You've learned to notice when you quietly step away from your truth. You've seen how tiny compromises keep you tethered to who you no longer are. Now it's time to face the deeper choice. Will you allow those patterns a way back in, or will you remove the exit altogether? There comes a point in every transformation where commitment must be made permanent, not through words, not through plans, through action, through consequence, through the kind of movement that makes return impossible. That's the step in front of you now. The idea is simple. You cannot build the next version of yourself while keeping a safe path to the old one. At some point, you must close the escape routes, not to trap yourself, but to free yourself from hesitation. The Stoics understood this well. They believed the only real freedom comes from clarity and decision. You choose your principles and you act in full alignment with them. You do not flirt with the past. Creating no-way-back systems means engineering your life so the old self has no room to return. This is not about dramatic gestures. It's about making deliberate, irreversible choices that shift your environment, your obligations, and your structure in a way that makes regression more painful than progress. The phrase comes from ancient war tactics. Leaders would burn their own ships after landing in enemy territory, so their armies had no way to retreat. That level of commitment changes behavior. It removes the question of whether to keep going. You keep going because there is no alternative. The first step is identifying what you usually go back to when things get hard. Everyone has a fallback. It might be a place, a person, a behavior, a routine, or a thought loop. It might be overthinking. It might be performing. It might be hiding. These are your comfort strategies. They feel like relief, but they are only distractions that delay your growth. Once identified, begin to dismantle the pathways that keep these fallbacks available. If you return to certain digital habits when you feel uncertain, remove the access. If you run to relationships that keep you in familiar emotional cycles, create clear boundaries. If your old patterns are tied to physical spaces, change your location, even if only temporarily. What matters is that you remove the ability to just slide back in. This does not require violence. It requires precision. The point is not to punish yourself for having a past. The point is to show your nervous system that you are no longer that person, and you're not available to become them again. Another approach is to use public commitment. Declare your direction clearly and make it visible. Share your goals or changes with someone whose opinion you value. This doesn't mean performing your growth. It means adding consequence to your decisions. When others know where you stand, returning quietly to your past habits becomes more difficult. you've created a witness. You can also apply pressure through financial investment. When you pay for mentorship, training, or resources that align with your future self, you anchor that identity through action. Free paths are easy to abandon. Paid paths create commitment. The investment becomes a reason to keep going when energy fades. This is not about materialism. It's about designing a life where your new identity has leverage. Another tactic is time blocking for identity. Instead of scheduling tasks, schedule identity-based actions. Don't just say, "I'll work on this project." Say, "From 9 to 11, I act as the version of myself who does not delay what matters." Your calendar becomes a contract. Your time reflects your commitment to the person you've chosen to become. This removes the friction of having to make new decisions every day. The structure makes the decisions for you. To increase the effect, remove triggers of the old self. Identify specific songs, objects, clothes, foods, or settings that mentally pull you back into previous states. You don't need to hate them. You just need to stop giving them space in your daily environment. Replace them with symbols, sounds, and tools that reinforce your future. The smallest change in your sensory world can influence the way you think and act. Your digital world also matters. The accounts you follow, the content you absorb, the messages you let into your inbox, all of these shape your state. Unfollow anything that keeps you tied to who you were. Subscribe only to what lifts, challenges, or steadies the person you're becoming. Digital hygiene is mental hygiene. One of the strongest no-return systems is changing your role in relationships. Many people regress not because they lack discipline, but because they are still seen through the eyes of people who knew their past self. When you stay in relationships that reward your former patterns, your growth becomes a constant uphill climb. Sometimes the solution is not to leave the relationship, but to reintroduce yourself. Set a new tone. Speak differently. Act from your new values. Don't wait for approval. People adapt to your self-respect, or they fall away. In cases where people will not allow you to grow, distance is not cruelty. It is wisdom. The Stoics believed that your first duty is to your inner world. If a connection damages your alignment, it must be reevaluated. Not from resentment, from clarity. Cutting ties when necessary is not a betrayal. It is a declaration that your future matters. Creating no-way-back systems also means removing the mental exit signs. This includes fantasies about the past, romanticizing what was familiar, or entertaining the idea that maybe it wasn't so bad. The mind often softens memory when facing challenge. Remind yourself why you left. Keep written records of what those patterns cost you. When your discipline fades, read them. Let the facts speak louder than nostalgia. One technique that works well is building identity anchors. These are small daily actions that symbolize your future self. Done consistently, they become a ritual that reminds your system. We don't go backwards. They might be as simple as the way you start your morning, how you prepare a meal, or how you close the day. The action itself doesn't matter. The meaning behind it does. You can also use visual design to reinforce the break. Place written commitments in your space. Use phrases, images, or objects that signal who you are becoming. These are not decorations. They are reminders. They help orient you in moments of doubt. Your environment becomes a mirror that reflects your new direction. When it comes to deeper change, irreversible action is one of the most powerful forces. This might look like ending a contract, quitting a job, or saying a final goodbye. These moves should never be made impulsively, but when made from clarity, they remove indecision. They force adaptation. They create the pressure needed for real change. When you can no longer return, the only way is forward, and forward is where your future lives. Designing your life with no way back also means mastering the skill of deliberate closure. Leave things clean. Say the thing you were holding back. Apologize where needed. Forgive where possible. The past has less pull when it has no open loops. Closure doesn't require a perfect ending. It requires your own full presence and decision to release what is done. This process also includes your internal voice. If your mind still speaks with the tone of your old identity, doubtful, hesitant, self-critical, you must retrain it. Each time an old voice returns, pause and replace it with the voice of the self you're building. This is not delusion. This is direction. You are choosing which signal becomes dominant. Repetition makes it real. Over time, your no-return systems begin to replace willpower. You don't need to wake up and wonder if you'll follow through. You've made it harder not to. Your defaults now reflect your decision. This frees energy. It reduces noise, and it allows you to use your willpower for deeper creation, not just survival. You'll also begin to notice that the people who meet you now don't know your former self. They respond to the version you're living. This becomes another anchor. When someone reflects back your growth, it reinforces the path. Let these moments land. They are evidence that the change is not just internal, it's visible. But most importantly, understand this. Burning the boats is not about making dramatic sacrifices. It is about closing the gap between who you say you are and how you structure your life. The Stoics would tell you that clarity without action is a form of delay. They believed in taking the step, not just thinking the thought. So now, with everything you've learned, the question becomes practical. What are you still keeping in your life that allows you to go backwards? What structure, relationship, habit, or belief still makes it easy to become who you used to be? Find it, face it, and make the move. Not because it's easy, because it's necessary. From here on, the road behind you narrows. The self you've been working toward is no longer just a possibility. It's the only path that remains. Let's keep building. Now that you've removed the bridges back to who you were, the future has become your only direction. There's clarity in that. But clarity alone doesn't make the process clean. After irreversible decisions are made, after you've removed the exits and set your life in alignment with who you're becoming, there is still a quieter, more personal shift that has to happen next. You must now let certain parts of you die, not in resistance, not in fear, but with full presence and grace. Some aspects of identity were never yours to begin with. Others were useful once, but have now passed their time. What remains is the slow, natural process of disintegration. This isn't collapse. This is shedding. In nature, molting isn't dramatic. It's necessary. And if it doesn't happen, growth becomes painful. That's the place you're in now. Disintegration is what follows after you stop feeding roles you used to rely on. You no longer perform in ways that served your insecurity. You no longer maintain habits to be liked. You no longer speak from scripts that kept you safe. When these patterns are removed, what's left is space. That space feels strange at first. It can bring silence, confusion, fatigue. Not because something is wrong, but because the old structure is dissolving. Allowing this to happen without panic is the work. Most people try to fill the space immediately. they rush to replace the dying self with something new and fully formed. But this is not how transformation works. Just like the Stoics taught about cycles in nature, there are moments when you don't build, you allow. You don't push, you release. To do this well, you must learn to sit with the in-between, the middle ground between the person you no longer are and the person you are not yet ready to become. This space is not empty, it's transitional. You are dissolving one shape so another can emerge. In this time, avoid the temptation to label yourself. Identity tries to reattach fast. The ego hates undefined territory. You may feel the pull to declare a new title, to explain yourself, to reclaim certainty. But rushing into a new identity too quickly only builds another shell around fear. What's needed is patience. The body will also speak during this process. You may feel emotionally neutral one moment and deeply unsettled the next. That's part of the release. Stored emotions from the old self begin surfacing as the container they lived in breaks down. Let them move. Don't assign meaning to every wave. This is not regression. This is release. Create daily practices that support disintegration. Silence is one of the strongest tools. Give yourself moments each day where no input is coming in, no screens, no sound, no problem solving, just breath, stillness, and space. This allows the nervous system to recalibrate. It teaches you that presence does not require definition. Another useful practice is grounding in the body. When identity begins to shed, the mind looks for something to hold. Let that be your breath. Let that be your physical senses. Feel your feet on the ground. Track your inhale and exhale. Touch objects with attention. This reconnects you with what is real when old mental structures are falling away. You may also notice changes in how you relate to others. When your identity shifts, the dynamics you had with people begin to dissolve too. Some relationships will adapt, others will drift. Let this happen without force. Trying to hold on to what was while you're becoming something new only delays your integration. The Stoics believed that clinging is the root of distress. What needs to fall away must. One of the most uncomfortable parts of disintegration is the absence of motivation. You may feel directionless. This is not failure. This is rest. This is your system pulling energy back from roles that are no longer being funded. Your job in this phase is not to chase inspiration. It's to allow old identities to fully leave. You can support this by writing goodbye letters to the roles you're releasing. Speak directly to the part of you that always had to perform, or fix, or please. Thank it for its service. Name what it did for you, then release it with intention. You don't need to become cold or detached. You just need to acknowledge what no longer belongs. The mind may also begin grieving lost versions of you. This can be surprising. You may feel sadness or nostalgia for the self you've outgrown. Not because you want to go back, but because that self carried you through difficult terrain. It deserves to be honored, not erased. Disintegration doesn't require disrespect. It requires witnessing. During this period, simplify everything you can. Overcommitment confuses the nervous system. Pull back from extra obligations. Say no more often. Create margin around your decisions. Give yourself fewer things to hold so that the deeper process can happen without being rushed. This isn't about isolation. It's about intentional reduction. You may also experience changes in memory. As you release identity layers, the events tied to them may feel distant. You may recall them with less emotion or question if they still define you. This is a sign of healthy disconnection. You're not erasing the past, you're removing it from the present. Structure helps guide you through. Use routines that don't depend on performance. Wake up at the same time. Move your body with care. Prepare meals with attention. Anchor your day to simple actions. These quiet rhythms give your nervous system a pattern while your identity reorganizes itself internally. Disintegration also includes shedding the emotional language you once used to describe yourself. If you built a personality around being anxious, overwhelmed, or angry, those patterns may begin to loosen. This can be disorienting. You may ask yourself, who am I without that? The answer isn't immediate, it's emerging. Let this emergence be slow. You don't need to name the new self yet. You don't need a mission statement. You need truth. And truth takes time to surface once distortion fades. This is the essence of Stoic patience, not passive waiting, but active stillness. You stay ready without rushing. You will likely face moments of doubt. You'll wonder if you've made the right choices, if the discomfort means something's wrong. But discomfort is part of the shedding. It's not a sign to turn back. It's a sign that your system is adjusting to no longer carrying what it used to. Support yourself with reflection. Journal about what is fading. Track what no longer controls you. Name the reactions that are losing their grip. These small notes show you the quiet progress happening beneath the surface. Transformation often doesn't announce itself. It's revealed over time. As you continue, you'll notice a shift, not loud, but real, a growing steadiness, a softness where tension used to live, a feeling of being more at home in your own skin. These are signs that the new structure is forming. You don't need to rush into it. Let it complete its shape on its own timeline. When that happens, you'll notice that decisions feel clearer. Speech feels more natural. Conflict no longer pulls you into scripts. You don't need to pretend. You don't need to defend. You don't need to prove. You've let go of the version of you that depended on those things. That is freedom. This entire process is not about destruction. It's about making space. It's about letting identity evolve from within, not forcing it from the outside. It's about standing in the middle of transformation without flinching. Now that you've allowed the old identity to dissolve without forcing the new one to form too quickly, the space you've created becomes fertile. There is room now, room to exist without labels, without roles, without the weight of being someone for others. But even with the self stripped down, something else continues to pull at you. Not in your body, not in your voice. It pulls through time, through memories you replay and futures you obsess over. These are not physical chains, they are psychological ones, and they're just as heavy. To move forward, you must now deal with time itself, not as hours or dates, but as the mental storylines that bind you to versions of yourself that no longer apply. These are the timelines you revisit when you're alone, the imagined failures that haven't happened yet but still shape your mood, the old conversations that still speak in your head, and the possibilities you chase so hard you forget where your feet are. This is where many people stall, not because they lack will, but because they're split across too many versions of themselves. The Stoics taught that control belongs only to the present, that anything outside your direct influence, anything in the past or the future, must be released. They didn't say this to deny reality. They said it to protect your peace. Psychological time is not your friend. It pretends to help you prepare or understand, but in excess, it quietly becomes distraction. You think you're being responsible by looking ahead. You think you're healing by looking back. But in truth, you're missing where life actually happens. A temporal detox begins by recognizing the noise that past and future bring into your current state. This doesn't mean deleting memory or refusing to plan. It means cutting the mental loop that runs without your permission. The past is not the problem. Your attachment to it is. The future is not the problem. Your fear of it is. The issue is the constant projection of your attention into places you cannot control. To detox from psychological time, begin by tracking how often your thoughts leave the present. Watch where your mind goes in idle moments. Do you replay mistakes? Do you imagine how conversations could have gone differently? Do you build future scenarios in your head and then react to them emotionally as if they're real? Each of these takes you out of where you are and drops you into a version of yourself that cannot act, only react. Break this habit with awareness first, not discipline. Catch yourself and name it. Past looping or future chasing. That moment of naming interrupts the cycle. Once interrupted, breathe. 3 deep inhales, 3 slower exhales. This isn't about calming down, it's about re-entering the present. Another part of this detox is simplifying language. The words you use reveal how attached you are to time. Phrases like, "I always do this," or "I'll never get there," carry time-bound beliefs. They act as quiet scripts. Replace them with present-based phrases. "Right now, I'm learning," or "Today, I'm acting differently." This language pulls your awareness out of story and into action. Also examine your relationship to goals. Many goals are designed around future identity, things you must reach, prove, or achieve. While direction matters, obsession with outcomes disconnects you from process. You begin to live for a finish line that never arrives. In a temporal detox, shift your focus to rhythm. Instead of "I have to finish," think "I return to this work today." The act becomes more important than the result. That's presence. The same applies to healing. Many people remain trapped in their past, not because of the pain, but because of how often they revisit it without movement. They use memory as a way to stay safe. They fear forgetting. But healing is not about remembering more, it's about holding less. You don't need to rehearse every moment to grow. Some stories can be retired without being erased. Presence doesn't require amnesia, it requires priority. To deepen this detox, reduce your dependence on time-based structures in your personal life. Not everything needs a deadline. Not every hour needs a label. Let some spaces remain open. Let part of your day unfold without a goal. It may feel inefficient at first, but what you gain is internal freedom. Without pressure, the nervous system softens. Without chasing, clarity appears. This also applies to conversations. Speak slower. Listen longer. Let pauses happen. Presence is contagious. When you remain fully here, others feel it. The conversation deepens. Connection sharpens. The room breathes with you. This doesn't come from a technique. It comes from removing urgency. One of the strongest ways to exit psychological time is to anchor through the senses. Presence is not a thought. It's an experience. Touch what's in front of you. Taste fully. Hear the room. Notice your breathing. The more sensory feedback you give your system, the harder it is to drift into timelines that don't exist. Many people resist this because they fear boredom. They fear silence. But boredom is not lack, it's space. And silence is not emptiness, it's capacity. These are the conditions under which new insights arise. When you stop filling every second with old thoughts and imagined futures, you make room for what is real to surface. There's another benefit to this detox. You begin to see people as they are, not as your past experiences predict or your future expectations demand. You stop projecting onto others. You stop replaying old conflicts during present interactions. You stop interpreting moments through the lens of who you once were. Instead, you engage with what's actually happening. This is how relationships heal. This is how patterns shift. Letting go of psychological time doesn't mean you stop planning. It means you plan once and then return to now. You create structure but live inside the moment. You stop letting your nervous system think the future is happening today. That separation allows your energy to flow toward action, not fear. Even creativity changes under this shift. Instead of trying to create from pressure, you create from stillness. You no longer chase ideas, you receive them. You stop trying to force moments into form. You allow space, and something true emerges. Many breakthroughs happen not through effort, but through attention. And attention lives in the present. During this process, pay attention to emotional timing. Many feelings you experience are not about what's happening. They are echoes from past time frames or worries about what's ahead. When anger rises, ask if it belongs to now. When sadness comes, ask what moment it's tied to. This isn't about denial, it's about accuracy. When you locate the timeline of a feeling, you reclaim choice. You stop reacting to ghosts. Another part of the detox is exiting your imagined future self. While building vision is useful, obsessing over who you'll become creates stress. You begin to compete with a version of yourself that doesn't yet exist. This creates pressure, not progress. Presence doesn't mean you stop growing. It means you stop tying your worth to becoming something else. You let this moment be complete, even as you evolve. To reinforce this shift, introduce micro pauses throughout the day. Before meals, before conversations, before decisions. Each pause is a return, a reset, a reminder that you are not your momentum. You are not your thoughts. You are not a timeline. You are here. This level of presence builds internal stability. You stop needing constant feedback. You stop needing to measure progress every moment. You stop treating life like a performance. Presence gives you access to your full self, not as a concept, but as a living experience. Eventually, this becomes natural. You begin to recognize when you leave the moment. You return faster. You no longer lose hours inside loops. You live more fully inside your actual life, not the mental version of it. This doesn't require perfection, just repetition. The Stoics didn't say to ignore time. They said to master your relationship with it. They said to remember death, not to create fear, but to return to the value of this day. They reminded us that life is not something that happens later. It's something happening now, and most people miss it. You're not here to keep chasing. You're not here to endlessly prepare. You're not here to rehearse your story until it makes sense. You're here to live it, moment by moment, without apology. Now that you've stepped out of psychological time, you've seen how much of your life was shaped by the stories you've told yourself about where you've been or where you're going. You've tasted presence, not as an idea, but as a lived experience. But even now, something remains beneath that experience. Not time, not memory, not emotion. Something closer. The roles you still carry, the names you answer to, the identities you've come to wear so naturally you forget they were ever chosen. This is the next threshold, a practice of silence, but not with your mouth. This is a fast of the self, not from food or movement, but from the parts of you that say, I am this kind of person. I do things this way. I am defined by this job, this culture, this role, this strength, this past. These are the attachments that, even in your growth, still shape your inner narrative. Soul fasting is the decision to withhold your identity, not destroy it, not deny it, but to consciously pause from using it, to sit without presenting anything, to stop leading with labels, to remove even the quiet self-introductions that happen in your own mind when no one is watching. You don't say what you do. You don't explain your choices. You don't defend your values. You simply live, unframed, unbranded, unclaimed. This is uncomfortable. It should be. The mind depends on identity to feel safe. Even the idea of authenticity can become a mask. Most people are not living authentically. They're living consistently with the identity they believe others expect from them. That consistency often traps them more than it frees them. The Stoics warned against becoming too attached to external identities. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that emperor, father, philosopher, all of it could disappear, and what would remain was the rational soul. Epictetus taught that you should be able to let go of any role and still remain whole. They did not call this detachment from life. They called it purification of perspective. To begin soul fasting, first observe how often you define yourself, not just to others, but in thought. I'm the kind of person who... I've always been. People see me as... Each of these sentences is a small binding. They create grooves in the mind. You become loyal to the image instead of to the truth. The next step is practicing moments of non-definition. You enter a room and say nothing about who you are. You answer questions simply, without building identity around them. You allow space between the stimulus and the performance. In that space, you observe how uncomfortable it feels not to signal something. This discomfort is where the fast begins. Another part of the fast is removing personality traits from your self-narrative. You may think of yourself as introverted, intense, creative, disciplined, or emotional. These may be useful descriptions, but in the fast, you drop them all. You respond to life without the filter of who you think you are. When someone asks you a question, you don't respond how your identity would. You respond how your awareness does. This may feel inconsistent. That's the point. You're releasing the need to appear consistent. This practice deepens when you stop using your role as a frame. You don't speak as a parent, a leader, a survivor, a thinker. You speak as a presence, a human, a soul. You stop starting sentences with "as a" and let your actions speak without needing a backdrop. This is not modesty, it's clarity. The less you rely on labels, the more you engage with reality as it is. You'll also notice how identity shows up in resistance. When you feel insulted, ask, what identity is being threatened here? When you feel defensive, what part of your self-image is under pressure? When you feel validated, what identity just got reinforced? These are emotional transactions. In a soul fast, you observe them without indulging them. You step back from both praise and criticism. You let experience be what it is, uninterpreted. This withdrawal from identity also applies to your internal voice. If your self-talk is still shaped by "I always" or "I never," you are speaking from persona, not presence. Strip away qualifiers. Speak to yourself in verbs, not roles. Not "I'm bad at this," but "this didn't work today." Not "I'm not a people person," but "that interaction felt draining." It's subtle, but it's liberating. Soul fasting also requires releasing relational expectations. You let go of being the funny one, the strong one, the peacemaker, the guide. You show up blank, which means you show up honest. Some people may not like this. Some will feel unsettled when you no longer play your usual part. Let them. This is part of the reset. You're not being unkind. You're being unassigned. To hold this fast, build moments into your day where you deliberately refrain from any form of identity reinforcement. That may mean not checking social media. That may mean not talking about work. That may mean walking in silence instead of narrating your own experience. These small abstentions reveal how much your mind seeks comfort in being something. Eventually, you'll notice that when you remove identity scaffolding, what remains is not emptiness, it's openness. You're no longer defined by the roles you keep or the opinions you protect. You become flexible, responsive, calm. You speak less, but with more truth. You feel less pressure to be consistent and more freedom to be real. You also begin noticing how much suffering is tied to maintaining identity. The fear of being misunderstood, the anxiety of changing your mind, the exhaustion of holding a persona together. When you fast from identity, that weight lifts. You realize how little of it was necessary. You don't disappear. You become lighter. This practice doesn't mean you stop caring or stop acting. You still show up. You still do your work. You still love, give, and lead. But now you do it without carrying the idea of yourself on your back. You move without dragging an image behind you. That is freedom, not absence of action, but absence of pretense. Eventually, the fast shifts your baseline. You stop needing to explain yourself. You stop correcting how others see you. You no longer chase reflection. You let your presence speak for itself. And when identity is needed, for legal, social, or practical reasons, you wear it lightly. You no longer confuse the mask with the face. This is where true authenticity begins, not in declaring who you are, but in dropping the need to declare anything at all. You walk into life without the armor of definition. You let each moment call forth the self it requires. You stop controlling your expression. You start trusting your essence. Now that you've loosened your grip on identity itself, a different kind of silence arrives. Not the silence of stillness, but the silence of absence, the temporary quiet that follows when all your usual roles and traits are paused. That stillness reveals what you've carried without knowing. Not just beliefs, not just habits, but versions of yourself left behind. Not buried, not healed, just waiting. They live in unfinished sentences, unprocessed memories, unspoken regrets. You may not see them directly, but they shape the way you speak to yourself, how you respond to others, how you hold your posture in moments of uncertainty. These are the past selves that have never been properly released. Not because you forgot them, but because you never gave them a voice. This is the next phase, facing those ghosts, not to escape or destroy them, but to speak with them, to hear what was left unsaid, to understand what parts of your story were frozen and how to let them rest. The practice is not mystical, it's grounded, it's clear, it's written. This is narrative necromancy, not a ritual of fantasy, but a method of speaking directly to the younger versions of you that still echo in your system. Start by identifying the moments in your life that still feel open. You'll know them by how quickly they bring emotion. It might be an event, a period of confusion, or a time when you weren't ready to speak the truth. These memories don't need to be traumatic. They simply remain alive, looping silently behind your daily thoughts. For each one, write a letter. not about the moment, but to the version of you who lived through it. Speak to them like you would to someone who matters. Do not judge. Do not explain. Begin with presence. Let them speak first. In your mind or on the page, ask, what did you need that you never got? What did you believe in that was ignored? What truth did you carry that no one could hear? You may be surprised at what comes forward. Sometimes these versions of you are angry. Sometimes they're embarrassed, withdrawn, or bitter. Let them be. Your role is not to fix them, it's to hear them. Most past selves were abandoned in silence, not because you chose to, but because you didn't yet know how to stay. Now you do. Once the voice of that self is clear, write back. From the version of you that exists now. Speak without force. Acknowledge what happened. Don't over-apologize. Don't justify. Say what you've learned. Say what you can hold now that they could not. Tell them they are seen, that they are not lost, that even though they will not return, they are not forgotten. This exchange does not erase the past. It closes it. The open loop becomes a sentence with an end. A thread is tied. You are not carrying a child's grief in an adult's body anymore. You're giving it shape. And that shape allows release. Repeat this process for other versions of you. The one who made a mistake you've never fully forgiven. The one who gave too much. The one who never spoke up. The one who betrayed your own needs to feel loved. Speak to all of them. They do not need to be healed. They need to be heard. After each exchange, write a simple line to seal the interaction. A phrase that marks finality. Something like, "You can rest now," or "I've got this from here." Let that phrase become the emotional boundary that tells your nervous system, this version of me is no longer in charge. Over time, this dialogue will begin to shift your baseline. You stop reacting from wounded past selves because they are no longer trying to get your attention. They've been acknowledged. They've been integrated. You begin to feel more whole, not because every wound is gone, but because every voice has been welcomed. This work is delicate. Be patient. You may feel grief after writing. That's normal. It means something has been released. Take time afterward to ground yourself. Breathe slowly. Touch something physical. Speak aloud something true about who you are now. This helps your system reset after deep inner work. You can take this further by identifying patterns in your old selves. What belief did they share? What fear? What lesson were they trying to teach you through their mistakes? When you find the common thread, you gain access to a deeper truth. Many of your past selves were not broken. They were early attempts at becoming you. They were incomplete drafts, and just because they were unfinished doesn't mean they were wrong. This recognition allows you to treat your past with compassion. You stop seeing younger versions of yourself as embarrassing or shameful. You begin to see them as necessary. Every one of them tried, in their own way, to survive, to love, to find meaning, even if they failed, even if they made choices you would not repeat. That compassion opens the door to integration. You don't need to carry their pain, but you can carry their strength. The version of you who endured rejection holds persistence. The one who took the wrong path holds curiosity. The one who stayed silent holds patience. Take what was useful, leave what was heavy. This is the gift of narrative necromancy. It doesn't make your past disappear. It teaches you how to walk with it. You become the narrator, not the character. The one who writes the story forward, not as a reaction to what happened, but as a continuation of who you've chosen to become. You can deepen this practice by creating a timeline of your life, marked not by events, but by turning points of identity. The first time you felt misunderstood, the first time you felt powerful, the moment you stopped believing something, the moment you started pretending. These are the chapters. For each one, ask, what part of me was born here, and what part never made it out? When you identify these moments, create a visual symbol for each, an object, a drawing, a phrase, not to decorate your space, but to remind your mind, I have lived many lives, and I am not any one of them. This reorients your sense of self. It expands your narrative. You are no longer trying to prove something. You're remembering that your story has depth. From here, your way of speaking about your past also changes. You stop saying, that's just who I was. You start saying, that was a version of me learning something I hadn't learned yet. That shift removes judgment. It builds maturity. You begin to treat yourself like someone you're still getting to know, not someone you need to defend or explain. In relationships, this process helps you show up more clearly. You stop reacting from the pain of a version of you that didn't feel seen. You stop projecting old needs onto new people. You start responding from your current clarity. And when triggers arise, you can say, this isn't about you. This is a part of me I'm still speaking to. That level of self-awareness prevents unnecessary damage. It opens space for intimacy. Narrative necromancy isn't just inner work. It affects how you lead, how you love, how you listen. When you've made peace with your past selves, you stop needing others to validate you. You become the one who knows your story. You become the one who holds your truth. And when the time comes to let go of a part of yourself again, you don't fear it. You've done it before. You've spoken to the ghost. You've learned what they carried. You know how to say goodbye. Now that you've spoken to the parts of you that were waiting to be heard, a kind of wholeness begins to settle. Not loud, not triumphant, just steady. But even after these inner conversations, something else still fills the background. Not noise from others, not distractions from the world. It's the constant hum of thought, the chatter of interpretation, prediction, commentary, the voice that narrates every hour, even when there's nothing to say. This voice seems like you, but it's not. It's your script, and it's time to stop listening to it. Silence is not absence. It is presence without narrative. It is the space that exists when you stop needing to explain your experience, even to yourself. Most people have never actually met their own mind in silence. They've only met their inner commentary, that running monologue that explains, replays, analyzes, judges. It tells you what everything means. It tells you what people think. It plans what you'll say next. It rehearses your past, but it never stops to ask, what am I without this voice? The Stoics didn't speak often of silence as a practice, but they lived it in their writings. Their meditations were short, direct, intentional. They believed in saying only what was useful. In modern terms, silence becomes not just restraint, but transformation. When you enter silence deliberately, not as escape but as practice, something powerful begins to unfold. You begin a silence practice not by avoiding sound, but by withdrawing from response. You stop reacting to every thought as if it needs action. You don't suppress. You simply let the mind speak and say nothing back. This is not meditation in the formal sense. It's observational detachment. You become the witness instead of the participant. At first, this feels strange. Most people are used to filling every gap with activity or internal dialogue. You walk into a room and immediately start labeling everything. You meet someone and begin crafting a story about who they are. You sit in solitude and immediately start explaining your day to yourself. This is not presence. This is mental noise disguised as awareness. When you step into intentional silence, you begin to notice just how constant that noise is, and you start to see how much energy it consumes. The brain burns resources trying to make sense of every moment before it's even over. It can't rest. It can't receive. It's always evaluating. Silence short-circuits that pattern. You can start with simple practices. Choose 1 hour of your day with no speaking and no input, no music, no screens, no writing, just existing. This is not boredom. This is the beginning of realignment. Your senses sharpen. Your thoughts slow down. You stop needing to frame every moment with a story. With time, you can extend the practice. Take a day each week where you speak only when necessary. Let your communication be sparse, clean, and calm. Observe how your words become more intentional. Notice how your awareness deepens. You begin to hear the subtle shifts in your own energy. You begin to feel when your thoughts are helpful and when they are just habitual. As you continue, longer periods of silence become not just possible, but welcome. Some people take retreats into full silence for days or weeks, not as a performance, but as a reset. These periods allow the deeper layers of internal noise to dissolve. You may notice unresolved thoughts surfacing. Let them. You're not there to solve anything. You're there to witness the unraveling. Silence also disrupts your identity loop. When you stop explaining who you are, even to yourself, the mental structure that holds your persona begins to soften. This can feel like confusion at first. You may think, if I'm not thinking constantly, how will I know what to do? But what emerges is clarity, not from thought, but from stillness. You stop reacting to memory. You start responding to reality. The nervous system responds well to silence. Without the need to track conversation or prepare for judgment, your body settles, the heart rate slows, breathing deepens, you become more available to the present moment. This biological shift supports every layer of your transformation. It creates the conditions for integration. During this practice, avoid framing silence as a task. It is not something to achieve. It is not something to complete. It is a return to baseline. When you're silent, you are not doing less. You are undoing the excess. This is especially important in a world that values constant productivity. Silence is not laziness. It is clarity in motion. You'll notice that over time, your relationship to speech changes. You speak less, but with more weight. You listen more, not because you're trying to be polite, but because you're no longer waiting for your turn to speak. You begin to experience others without filtering their words through your personal lens. This opens space for empathy and understanding that wasn't accessible before. Silence also strengthens your inner authority. When you stop outsourcing your sense of reality to constant discussion, you build trust in your own experience. You no longer need to explain yourself to believe yourself. This is a quiet kind of power. It doesn't need validation. It holds presence. In silence, creativity also changes. Instead of trying to force ideas, you begin to receive them. You stop chasing clarity. It arrives on its own timeline. This shift improves your intuition. You begin to feel what's true without needing to process it verbally. That instinct sharpens your decisions, your direction, your presence. Another benefit is emotional regulation. When you sit in silence long enough, emotions surface, not because you're broken, because they've had no space to be felt without judgment. When you allow them to rise without speaking about them, you teach your system that it's safe to feel. That feeling doesn't require explanation. That healing doesn't require performance. To deepen this, create moments throughout your day to pause before speaking. Even one breath creates space. Ask yourself, is this necessary? Is this true? Is this mine to say? The answer may still be yes, but the pause rewires your response. It becomes a practice in discernment. You may also notice discomfort when others speak into your silence. They may try to fill the gap. They may misread your quiet as judgment, withdrawal, or distance. Let them. You're not silent for their comfort. You're silent for your integration. This is not passive resistance. It's active discipline. Over time, silence becomes your center. When things go wrong, you return to it. When things go well, you ground in it. When confusion rises, you settle into it. It becomes your internal home, and from that home, everything else becomes clearer. You stop reacting to every thought. You stop explaining your choices. You stop feeding the stories that want to keep you distracted. Instead, you live with deliberate presence, choosing words when they matter, choosing stillness when it heals. Eventually, you realize something rare. The person you've been trying to become isn't created through more input, more noise, or more striving. That person emerges through subtraction, through space, through silence. Not a hollow silence, a full one, the kind that's not empty, but whole. Silence has taught you how much noise was never necessary. You've touched the stillness that reveals what words often hide. But stillness alone doesn't undo years of unconscious motion. Even without speaking, the body continues its rehearsals. You wake the same way. You move in familiar patterns. You repeat without questioning, not because you choose to, but because your system is trained to. These are your habits, not just external behaviors, but deep, automatic responses. Routines so embedded in your nervous system that they no longer feel like choices. They feel like personality. They feel like reality, but they are not. They are scripts, and it's time to rewrite them. This is where habituation override begins, not by discipline, but by design. It's the deliberate interruption of what you think is normal, and not for novelty, but for freedom. The Stoics believed in reasoned action. They taught that what is habitual must be tested, and that what we do without thinking is often where our unfreedom lives. This process is not about becoming someone else. It's about making space for who you are beneath the repetition. The first step is awareness. Identify the routines that repeat without intention. Look at your mornings, your eating, your conversations, your posture, your language, your responses to tension, your energy cycles. Find the loops. Anything that happens the same way each day, especially when it no longer aligns with your chosen identity, becomes a point of leverage. Once you've named the loops, don't try to break them with force. That rarely works. Instead, interrupt them gently, but completely. You don't change the habit. You break the setting that enables it. For example, if you always check your phone first thing, you don't just say, "I'll stop." You charge it in another room. You design your space to make the old loop inaccessible. If you overeat when anxious, you don't rely on willpower. You change the sensory cues. Different plates, different environment, different input. Habituation, override, starts in the environment. The brain is deeply influenced by physical cues. If your space remains the same, your patterns will persist. Rearranging furniture, changing light sources, shifting how you move through a room. These are not aesthetic choices. They are psychological tools. A new environment tells your nervous system the script has changed. You also override habit by changing sensory triggers. The music you listen to, the scents around you, the textures you touch, these all inform your emotional state. If every day begins with the same playlist, your brain starts associating that sound with a predictable mood. Introducing new sensory inputs can disrupt that. Try silence in moments you'd usually use sound. Try unfamiliar sounds where you'd expect calm. Break the cue-response connection. Another layer is time patterning. You likely do things at the same time every day, not because it's necessary, but because your system expects it. Wake up earlier. Delay routines. Change the sequence of your actions. If you always exercise after coffee, switch the order. If you always journal at night, try first thing in the morning. The goal is to unhook behavior from autopilot. This interruption process also applies to social loops. Notice how you behave differently around certain people. Often, we return to outdated roles around those who knew us before. These are social habits. They activate without thought. You can override this by disrupting the dynamic. Respond differently. Pause before you answer. Use new language. If you always soften your voice, let it stay strong. If you always lead the conversation, ask more questions. Change the rhythm. The neurological basis for this comes from the brain's tendency to conserve energy. Once a behavior is repeated enough, it gets stored in procedural memory. The more automated it becomes, the less conscious input is needed. This is efficient, but it's also limiting. The key to override is novelty plus intention. When the brain encounters something unexpected, it pays attention. When that surprise is followed by meaningful action, new wiring begins. That's why sudden change, done with care, is effective. It catches the system off guard, but if it's followed by purpose, it becomes constructive rather than chaotic. For example, waking up at a drastically different time and immediately doing something aligned with your values creates a strong neural impression. It says, "This is not a random act. This is new architecture." You can also layer override through micro-discomfort. Do small things daily that make your system adapt. Use your non-dominant hand. Walk different routes. Speak last instead of first. Change your tone intentionally. Sit in silence during meals. These minor shifts may seem insignificant, but they create flexibility. You are training your system to stop expecting comfort and start welcoming difference. Structure supports this process. Create scheduled blocks of unpredictability. 1 hour per day with no fixed task. Use that time to respond to your environment in a new way. Let your actions be directed by what you feel internally, not by what the routine demands. Over time, this builds internal listening. It teaches your nervous system to be adaptive, not reactive. One of the most powerful override tools is the pattern break ritual. This is a short, symbolic action done daily to mark that you are not repeating. It might be lighting a candle and breathing for 1 minute before starting your work. It might be washing your face with cold water at an unusual time. The action itself doesn't matter. What matters is that it signals the end of autopilot. It tells your body, we're starting from presence, not memory. Social accountability can also help. Share one habit you are disrupting with someone you trust, not for approval, but for reflection. When someone else knows you are changing something, your attention sharpens. You feel observed, not in judgment, but in awareness. This keeps the override alive past the initial spark. Over time, the goal is not to destroy all habits. Some routines are supportive. The goal is to make none of them unconscious. You want your actions to be aligned, not automatic. That means checking in. Every week, ask yourself, what am I doing out of memory instead of presence? Where have I begun repeating without reason? These questions create self-correction. Your language also matters. The way you describe your actions reinforces or rewrites the pattern. If you say, "This is just what I do," you're reinforcing the script. Instead say, "This is what I'm choosing today." That single shift puts the decision back into conscious control. It rebuilds agency. Another useful method is substitution. Instead of just removing a habit, replace it with a behavior that reflects your current values. If you usually reach for distraction, replace it with breathwork. If you habitually react with sarcasm, practice asking a direct question instead. The nervous system learns through repetition, but repetition must be paired with meaning to create lasting change. To reinforce these changes, use visual cues. Place objects in your space that disrupt the expected flow. A note on your mirror, a different centerpiece on your table, a change in wardrobe color. These external changes affect your state. They act as physical reminders that you are not in yesterday's script. As the override continues, you will notice that certain internal states begin to dissolve. Anxieties tied to outdated routines fade. Emotional reactions to environmental triggers soften. You stop moving in circles. You start choosing your steps. And when this process is fully integrated, you realize something vital. Your habits were never you. They were simply rehearsed responses. And when they no longer serve, they can be replaced, not with effort, but with precision. Now your life begins to feel different, not because you are striving harder, but because your actions are cleaner. Your steps are chosen. Your environment matches your direction. Your rhythm is not remembered. It is designed. Now that you've interrupted the habits that used to define your days, a deeper layer becomes visible. Beneath the routines and reflexes, there's a voice that still speaks first. It often sounds like your own, but it isn't. It's older, sharper, less forgiving. It shows up in how you respond when you make a mistake, when you hesitate, when you're not sure what comes next. It sounds like criticism, pressure, fear, urgency. It tells you to prove something. It warns you not to fall behind. It reminds you of what happens if you fail. That voice did not start with you. It was given to you, installed slowly, over time, through repetition, through authority, through the way people in power handled your vulnerability. And even now, despite everything you've let go of, if that voice still runs the show, your foundation is not yet free. Metaphysical reparenting is not a metaphor. It's a shift in internal leadership. It's the conscious removal of the authority you internalized during your formative years. Parents, teachers, caregivers, coaches, mentors, and the installation of a higher, wiser inner guide that operates from clarity, not survival. This is not about blame. It's about structure. The way your nervous system responds to pressure, judgment, or praise was shaped before you had the ability to choose your response. The first step is noticing how the inherited voice still speaks. Listen closely when things go wrong, when you fall short of your own expectations. What is the tone in your mind? Does it accuse? Does it panic? Does it withdraw love? That tone is not instinct. It is programming. And until it's replaced, it will continue to steer your choices, even if everything else has changed. To begin replacing it, you need to identify whose voice it is. This is not always obvious. Sometimes it's not what they said, but how they said it. It might be the tension in the room when you disappointed someone. It might be the silence you were met with when you failed. These moments built a framework in your body, not just intellectually but neurologically. Your nervous system adapted to the shape of their approval. Write down the phrases you still hear in your own self-talk that do not match your values. Things like, "That's not good enough," or "You'll mess this up," or "Don't make them angry." Trace them. Who first taught you that? Where did that fear begin? What part of your life still carries it? Then write a response. Not a fight, a correction, a replacement. This new voice is not louder. It's clearer. It doesn't over-explain. It doesn't scold. It grounds. It restores. It leads. This is the beginning of the new inner authority. From here, begin developing this new internal guide, not as a fantasy version of yourself, but as a functional presence. Ask, how would someone speak to me if they deeply wanted my growth, not just my performance? How would they speak when I fail, when I hesitate, when I'm lost? Write these responses, read them often. Let them become the default over time. The key is consistency. The old voice will return, especially under stress. But now you have contrast. You don't just feel bad, you hear the distortion, and when you hear it, you interrupt it. You speak from the higher self, the version of you that does not need control or fear to operate. This new voice is not passive. It's structured. It holds standards. But it does not shame. It does not isolate. It says things like, "You're not there yet, and you're not expected to be." It says, "That wasn't right, but now you know better." It says, "Try again," not to be perfect, but to be clear. Over time, your system begins to trust this tone. Your muscles relax. Your breath deepens. You stop flinching at your own reflection. Another step is choosing language that reinforces the guide. Avoid phrases rooted in punishment or threat. Use language that acknowledges the present and invites correction. Replace "I'm always messing this up" with "This is what I'm learning to handle." Replace "I can't do anything right" with "I'm practicing this until it becomes natural." Language matters. Your subconscious listens carefully. You also reinforce this voice through physical behavior. Posture is a signal. If you slump in defeat, the old voice finds its way back in. If you stand with steadiness, breathe with rhythm, walk with presence, your body begins to mirror the new tone. You're teaching yourself safety through movement. It helps to assign an image or phrase to this inner guide. Not to worship, but to connect. It might be a symbol, a person, a fictional character, or a memory of someone who led you well. This symbol becomes an anchor. In moments of stress, you call on it. You ask, "What would that guide say now?" And then you act from that answer, not reaction, but response. Over time, this becomes internalized. You no longer need to pause. The voice becomes instinct. The new authority takes root. You start living with a self-respect that isn't conditional. You stop negotiating with shame. You stop performing for praise. This shift affects how you make decisions. You no longer act from fear of punishment. You act from alignment. You no longer need to guess what others want before deciding what you feel. You begin to trust that you can make choices without being pushed into them. You stop being ruled by echoes. In relationships, this changes everything. You no longer tolerate voices that mirror your old authority. You recognize them as familiar, but not healthy. You stop being drawn to people who control you emotionally. You stop recreating the dynamics that once shaped your nervous system. You begin choosing connections that respect your self-leadership. This reparenting process also includes boundaries. The new voice doesn't only speak internally, it acts. It says no when needed. It exits conversations that harm. It names the truth when silence would be easier, not because it's trying to win, but because it no longer bends to outdated authority. For some, this process includes speaking directly to the original source, not always in person, but in writing, in memory. You say what wasn't said. You name the damage. You also name what you've reclaimed. You don't need permission. You don't need agreement. You only need to stand in truth. It's important to understand that this is not a rejection of those who shaped you. It's a restructuring. You're not discarding people. You're rebalancing the influence they have on your internal world. That's maturity, not rebellion. To keep this integration alive, practice a daily dialogue. Each morning or night, ask the inner guide, what do I need to hear today? What do I need to remember? What do I need to release? Let the answers be brief and honest. Write them down. Let that voice become the one you return to. Eventually, this becomes your compass. Not a voice you summon, but a state you live from. You act from the part of you that sees clearly, loves deeply, and leads wisely. The internal noise fades. The pressure to prove softens. The tendency to collapse into self-judgment disappears. Now that the inner voice has been reclaimed and reshaped into something stable, grounded, and guiding, you've taken back authority over your internal world. You're no longer following borrowed scripts. You're no longer reacting to echoes. You are responding to life from a place that wasn't available before. But even now, one more layer needs to be addressed. The space you move through daily, the world around you, the interactions you allow, the noise that returns the moment you reconnect with everything you just outgrew. This is the next step, stepping away, not to disappear, but to re-enter as someone new. Strategic exile is not rejection of the world. It is conscious separation from it. You do not leave out of bitterness. You withdraw with clarity. You are not running. You are stepping outside to see clearly, to observe who you are without the pressure to perform, without the digital algorithms that mirror your old self, without the roles and responsibilities that pull you back before you're ready. Exile is about protection. Growth needs silence and stillness to take hold. A seed cannot take root in shifting soil. When you're constantly exposed to conversations, comparisons, and obligations, it becomes almost impossible to build identity on your terms. Stepping away creates the space needed to reinforce everything you've been changing. Begin by designing the withdrawal. This is not about cutting everyone off or deleting everything. It's about choosing distance with structure. Decide what you will step away from. Social media, group chats, events, opinions, old circles. Choose a time frame. Make it non-negotiable. This isn't a detox. It's a rite of separation. During this time, shift your focus to internal listening. Reflect, not as a performance, but as observation. Watch what thoughts rise when you are no longer watched. See which emotions surface when you are no longer being shaped by conversation. This is where the real work begins, not in change, but in stabilization. In exile, you start to notice which parts of your life depended on being seen, which actions were sincere and which were part of a role. You may feel a sense of loss. That's normal. You are dismantling your public self. You are watching it dissolve layer by layer. Do not resist that feeling. welcome it. This process also reveals the depth of your attachment to feedback. Without instant response, without likes or reactions, your nervous system may feel unimportant. Let that discomfort speak. Don't fill it. Learn from it. Solitude teaches you whether your validation comes from within or is still outsourced. Use this space to engage in actions that have no audience. Clean your space without sharing it. Create without publishing. Think without needing to explain. These choices strengthen your inner alignment. They teach you to exist without depending on performance. Exile also reveals your deeper priorities. Without the world pressing in, your mind begins to notice what it actually cares about, what it misses, what it doesn't. This clarity allows you to make conscious decisions about what you bring back into your life when you return. During your time away, establish rituals, not for structure, but for rhythm. Wake with intention. Eat slowly. Walk without distraction. Let these moments anchor your new identity. They are not habits, they are reminders. They say, I am not the version of myself who had to rush or prove or respond to everything. I move with choice. Another part of this process is reducing the digital reflex. Most people reach for their phone as a nervous tick, not a need. Remove the temptation. Log out. Disable notifications. Use your devices as tools, not companions. Make your attention expensive. In solitude, pay close attention to your thoughts. You'll start to hear the mental patterns that were hidden by noise. These thoughts may be repetitive, uncomfortable, or uncertain. Let them move through. Do not grab them. Do not resist them. Simply observe. Journaling during this time can help clarify what's real, but journal as inquiry, not performance. Don't try to summarize your experience for future sharing. Just write what you see. Track shifts in energy, mood, and clarity. This is not about content. It's about contact with your own presence. Over time, you may notice yourself reaching for the old. The mind will try to reattach to what it knew. This is a test of your new authority. You no longer belong to those dynamics. You are creating new responses. If old roles try to return, pause. Remind yourself, that version of me is gone, not in hatred, in peace. Exile also invites you to forgive. With distance, some stories soften. You start to see people with more compassion, or you begin to see where you no longer need to hold connection. Let clarity guide your next steps, not emotion, not guilt, just alignment. As the end of your exile approaches, begin designing your return. Choose what comes back into your life. Not everything deserves to follow you. Some relationships may stay quiet. Some habits may stay gone. Some spaces may no longer feel right. You do not owe your past a perfect goodbye. Re-entry should be gradual. Start with intention. Let the first things you return to reflect your values. Speak less. Move slowly. Listen more. Let people meet the new version of you through your energy, not your announcement. You do not need to explain your transformation. You only need to live it. You'll notice which people respond to your shift with respect and which try to pull you back. Let that teach you. Your return is not about rejoining the noise. It's about creating a life that matches your inner work. Anything that doesn't support that is optional. Exile and return is not a one-time process. You may step away often. Each time you return stronger. Each time you refine your voice, your rhythm, your focus. You learn that solitude is not isolation. It's recalibration. In time, this rhythm becomes natural. You no longer fear stepping away. You no longer panic in stillness. You trust yourself to be your own reference point. That self-trust becomes your anchor in every room, every relationship, every new direction. After your time in strategic solitude, you re-entered the world without the roles, habits, or old obligations that once shaped your choices. You no longer moved from reaction. You returned from exile on your own terms. You made space. You reset. But even now, a subtler part of the old identity remains. It doesn't speak loudly. It hides behind comfort, behind praise, behind fear of being seen and judged. This is the ego, not in the inflated sense, but in the fragile one. The part of you that still wants control over how you are received. The part that resists exposure, not because it's proud, but because it's scared. This is where your next phase begins, not in reflection, but in practice. You must now condition your nervous system to meet discomfort without shrinking. You must teach your body to remain steady when your ego wants to disappear. And the most direct way to do that is through small, intentional acts that create emotional friction. This is the rejection game. It's not about failing on purpose. It's about putting yourself in situations where rejection or awkwardness is likely, not to suffer, but to stretch. Each act is a controlled exposure to the thing you usually avoid, being told no, being seen as too much, being misunderstood, being vulnerable without reward. The Stoics believed that fear of opinion is one of the great sources of human suffering. Epictetus wrote that we are disturbed not by things, but by our view of them, especially our need to avoid shame. Practicing rejection is how you remove the sting from that fear, not through theory, but through deliberate contact. You begin by setting small daily challenges designed to trigger your protective response. Ask for something you don't expect to get. Share an opinion without hedging. Stand still in silence when you'd normally speak to fill space. Offer a compliment with no expectation. These are simple, but they activate something deep. Your body tightens. Your voice hesitates. That's the point. You're waking up the part of you that still equates discomfort with danger. The key is not in the outcome. It doesn't matter if your request is accepted or denied. What matters is that you made it. You entered the space where you were exposed and didn't collapse. That is ego training. You are teaching your system to hold steady when the usual defenses don't work. You can track this work like a workout. Create a journal for discomfort. After each challenge, write what you did, how it felt, what came up, and what you learned. This isn't to overanalyze. It's to build data, to show yourself that the worst-case scenario your mind predicted never happened, or if it did, that you survived it without losing yourself. As you continue, increase the intensity slightly, not through recklessness, but through expansion. If you fear interrupting, practice speaking first. If you struggle with eye contact, hold it longer. If your discomfort is in asking for help, start with small requests, then build. You're not proving anything, you're stretching capacity. Rejection becomes less about approval and more about tolerance. You begin to see it as a moment of feedback, not a threat to your value. Someone says no, and your body doesn't flinch. They ignore you, and your rhythm stays intact. You feel embarrassment, but you don't try to run from it. This is emotional strength, not toughness, but range. Another part of the game is deliberate awkwardness. Do something mildly uncomfortable on purpose. Ask a strange question. Wear something unusual. Sing quietly in public. These aren't stunts. They're micro-tests. They show you that discomfort is survivable. And when you no longer need to protect your image, you gain access to new forms of freedom. Your relationships shift as you do this. You stop editing yourself. You start telling the truth. You ask questions you used to avoid. You no longer need to be liked by everyone. You stop apologizing for your existence. This creates space for deeper connection, because people can feel when you're not hiding. Ego death is not about humiliation. It's about stepping out of the performance of perfection. It's about letting go of the version of you that tries to manage perception, the one that smooths every edge, the one that fears mess. Rejection training teaches you that you can be seen as flawed and still remain whole. You'll also begin to spot the social systems that kept your ego intact, the people who flattered you just enough, the environments where you always won, the roles where you never had to grow. These systems lose their appeal. You stop craving comfort. You start craving growth. At this stage, your inner dialogue also changes. The voice that once said, "Don't do that, you'll look stupid," now says, "Try it and see who you become." That voice used to keep you safe. Now it keeps you small. Replacing it is not loud. It's quiet courage, daily, subtle, real. You can also add structure to your practice. Set weekly goals, 3 intentional rejections, 2 moments of visible vulnerability, 1 act of public imperfection. Track the patterns. What are you still afraid to show? Where does your voice still tighten? These questions reveal the parts of you that are still waiting to be released. Eventually, you will begin to seek these moments, not because you enjoy discomfort, but because you understand what lives on the other side of it. You become less attached to comfort, less reactive, more alive. Your nervous system begins to see the unknown not as threat, but as possibility. You stop rehearsing life, you live it. Now that you've trained yourself to sit inside discomfort without defense, something unexpected begins to happen. The things you once chased, the validation, the image, the story, the reason behind it all, start to lose their grip, not because they're wrong, but because they're no longer necessary. When rejection no longer defines your worth, when approval loses its pull, when silence becomes your anchor, a quiet question begins to surface beneath it all. What if nothing needs to mean anything at all? This is where spiritual nihilism enters, not as despair, but as freedom. It is the temporary release of all assigned meaning. The conscious decision to drop the constant need for things to have a purpose, to fit into a narrative, to lead somewhere grand. It is not giving up, it is letting go. Most people are taught that meaning is what gives life structure, that you must find your purpose, define your values, identify your mission. But when those meanings are built on inherited beliefs, unconscious fears, or social conditioning, they become a prison disguised as purpose. You live not from truth, but from attachment. And when those meanings break down, as they always do, you feel lost, not because you are, but because the structure you leaned on was hollow. The practice of spiritual nihilism begins by pausing the entire search. You stop asking why. You stop needing answers. You stop framing your experiences as part of a larger story. You simply let them be. A conversation doesn't need to lead anywhere. A moment of sadness doesn't need to be explained. A success doesn't need to be labeled as growth. It just is. This detachment reveals what most of your meaning-making has been trying to protect. A self-concept that needed reinforcement. You created meaning to feel secure, to feel significant, to avoid uncertainty. But real peace, doesn't come from constructing elaborate systems of identity. It comes from being able to exist without them. Letting go of meaning doesn't make you cold, it makes you honest. You begin to see how much pressure you've placed on moments that were never meant to carry it. You stop demanding that life teach you something every time it hurts. You stop turning every connection into destiny. You stop needing everything to make sense. You stop interpreting every emotion as a signal to be decoded. Instead, you begin to experience life without filter. You don't reduce it to language. You don't force it into structure. You let experience arise and pass without placing it on a scale of significance. You walk, breathe, eat, rest, not as part of a plan, but because these things are what this moment offers. This isn't detachment from reality. It's presence without narrative. And from that place, something changes. You stop fearing loss. You stop clinging to identity. You stop needing to be seen a certain way. You become more available to life, to others, to truth. It also shifts your relationship to time. If nothing needs to lead anywhere, then now becomes enough. You don't rush to the next task for a reward. You don't revisit the past looking for patterns. You exist inside the day as it is, without asking it to mean more than it does. That simplicity is clarity. In practice, this can look like moving through a full day without assigning significance to anything you do. You wake, move, act. Not because it proves anything, not because it adds up to something, but because it's what's here. You drop the internal dialogue that says, "This means I'm evolving," or "This shows I'm falling behind." You simply live. This also applies to your spiritual life. Many people take comfort in belief systems that explain everything, that assign value to every pain, every outcome. But sometimes those systems become more about control than connection. In spiritual nihilism, you let even that go. You say, maybe there is no reason, maybe there is no higher order, maybe this is just what is. And in that release, you stop resisting what is real. You allow life to be raw, uncurated, unjustified. You find rest not in faith, but in presence, not in answers, but in awareness. This temporary state is not permanent emptiness. It is cleansing, a dissolving of the old scaffolding. It's the mental equivalent of emptying a room before you rebuild. You do not stay here forever, but while you're here, you discover that your fear of meaninglessness was really fear of identity loss. And when that fear dissolves, space opens. In that space, you begin to trust experience directly. Not because it confirms something you already believe, not because it fulfills your expectation, but because it's happening and you are with it, fully, without filter. This changes how you connect. You stop trying to define your relationships. You stop asking where it's going, what it means, who you are in it. You just show up. And in doing so, you stop projecting roles onto others. You stop using connection as validation. You stop needing people to serve your story. They simply exist beside you in shared experience. This state also reveals how often meaning has been used as avoidance. When something feels difficult, we try to give it purpose to make it easier. But pain doesn't need a reason to be real. It doesn't need to justify itself to be valid. When you allow discomfort to exist without trying to explain it, your capacity to feel expands. You're no longer managing your emotional life. You're living it. Over time, you'll see how much meaning was imposed, not chosen. You were told what matters. You were taught what success looks like. You inherited timelines, definitions, rules. In this space of meaninglessness, you see them for what they are, tools, not truths. You stop following them blindly. You stop resisting them violently. You let them fall apart, and in their place, you stand. Neutral, aware, whole. When meaning no longer controls you, you're finally free to create something true. Not from fear, not from urgency, but from stillness. You can begin to shape a new story, but now you know it's a story. You're not trapped in it. You're the one telling it. And if it stops serving, you can release it again. This cycle of dissolving and rechoosing becomes your rhythm. You no longer fear the collapse of belief, of structure, of narrative. You welcome it, because now you understand what it gives you: clarity, space, peace. After stepping into the silence of meaninglessness and allowing identity to dissolve, a strange clarity begins to emerge. You see how much you were carrying that didn't belong to you. You see the stories that shaped you and the need you once had to make everything fit into a system. And without all that weight, you start to feel lighter, but also more sensitive. Subtler patterns come into focus, not just thoughts or emotions, not just memories, connections, invisible threads that still pull at your attention, drain your energy, and quietly shape the way you move. These aren't always logical, they're not always conscious, but they're real, and you can feel them. This is where the work turns inward again, into the spaces most people never name, into the energetic residue of relationships, places, and events that continue to live inside you, even though they're no longer physically present. These are the ties that keep the old version of you alive, the chords you didn't mean to keep intact, the echoes that replay not through words, but through sensation. Psychic hygiene is not mysticism. It's maintenance. Just like the body needs rest, just like the mind needs silence, your energetic system needs clearing. Because without it, you remain bound to identities that no longer serve you. Not because you want to be, but because you haven't let go all the way. Begin by sensing where your energy still lives outside of you. When you think of certain people, do you feel tightness, pull, confusion? When you remember certain spaces, does your breath change? Do you feel a shift in your body, even if the memory is faint? These are signs of attachment. You don't need to believe in energy to notice this. You only need to pay attention to how your system responds. Once identified, write down a list. Not to judge, not to solve, just to name. Who still holds part of your energy? Who still lives in your nervous system? It could be someone from a decade ago. It could be a place you haven't returned to. It could be a conversation you thought you forgot. What matters is how your body responds, not your mind. Then go one by one. Bring each connection to mind and speak aloud or write down a statement of detachment, something simple and direct. For example, I release my energy from this person. I no longer carry what is not mine. I call my energy back to me. This is not a ritual of anger. This is a process of return. It helps to do this when grounded. Sit or stand with both feet connected to the floor. Breathe deeply, speak clearly. Place your hand over your chest or stomach to keep your awareness in your body. Let the words move through you, not as a performance, but as intention. In some cases, you'll feel nothing. In others, you may feel a wave of emotion, grief, anger, relief. Let it pass. Don't assign meaning. You're not analyzing, you're clearing. Your only job is to allow what rises, then return to stillness. Physical movement also supports this process. Shaking, stretching, or cold showers can help release what the body is holding. Energy often clings to muscle tension, posture, and breath patterns. Movement, creates an exit path. Use it. Another part of psychic hygiene is cleaning your environment. Some objects carry weight: clothes from old roles, gifts from people you've detached from, items connected to outdated identities. You don't need to throw everything away, but you must decide what still serves. Ask, does this reflect who I am becoming? If not, let it go. Donate it, repurpose it, burn it if needed. This is not symbolic, it's practical. You're removing anchors. Be aware of digital attachments too. Old messages, photos, emails, accounts, online spaces that you no longer align with but continue to scroll through. These are portals that pull you into past versions of yourself. Close them, archive, delete, mute, not as avoidance, but as closure. Energetic detachment also includes setting new boundaries. If certain relationships continue to pull at your energy, not through direct harm, but through unresolved dynamics, consider distance, not punishment. Clarity. You are allowed to protect your focus even from familiar people, especially from them. Part of this work is emotional honesty. If someone comes to mind over and over and you've already ended the relationship, ask yourself what you're still holding. Is it resentment? Guilt? Hope? Speak to it. Name it. Then let it move. You don't need to resolve everything. You need to stop carrying what won't change. This work isn't only about removal, it's also about restoration. After detaching, spend time calling your energy back. Sit quietly and say, I call back my attention, my presence, my power. I let go of what is not mine. I stand in what is. Repeat this often, not for magic, for alignment. You'll begin to notice shifts. You'll feel less scattered, more whole, more rooted. People may sense it too. You'll be harder to read, not because you're hiding, but because you're no longer leaking. Your boundaries will feel stronger even if you never speak them. Your presence will feel heavier, calmer, more complete. Energetic detachment also helps you recognize when new chords begin to form. You'll feel it when someone's influence begins to reshape your decisions, when your thoughts start echoing their tone, when your behavior bends to fit their comfort. Catch it early. Return to yourself. You're not required to carry anyone else's weight. Over time, this becomes routine. You'll naturally scan your system for attachments. You'll notice when something feels heavy. You'll know when it's time to clear. You'll stop waiting for closure from others. You'll create it yourself. Psychic hygiene is freedom from ghost stories, from loops that play when you're tired, from relationships that ended in form but not in energy. It's how you protect your new self from being pulled into old shapes. And when this work becomes steady, you step into the present without drag. Your energy no longer stretches backward. Your attention is not divided. You stand whole. Now that your energy is finally your own, no longer entangled with places, people, or past selves, you can feel something solid under your feet. There's no more searching in every direction, no more silent contracts pulling you into yesterday. But the question that arises now is clear. Where are you going? You've cleared space. You've removed noise. You've broken loops. What you do from here will define who you become. The next step is about embodiment, not vague intention, not loose direction. Embodiment means clarity in motion, the ability to measure your choices, your actions, your words against the standard of who you've decided to be. This is the doppelganger test, a tool not for visioning, but for accountability. Begin by defining your future self with precision. This is not about fantasy. You're not creating a perfect version of yourself. You're defining the version that already exists as a potential, one you have access to through alignment. This future self is not about what they've achieved. It's about how they live, how they carry themselves, how they move through the world when no one is watching. Write out their qualities. What do they tolerate? How do they spend their time? What is their posture, their tone, their rhythm? What are their non-negotiables? How do they recover from failure? How do they begin their day? How do they end it? This version of you is not something to wait for. It's a reference point. It exists now as a standard. Do not build this version based on external status. Forget titles, wealth, or recognition. Strip the image down to behavior and presence. What habits are automatic for this version of you? How do they approach boredom, distraction, criticism, attention? These details will matter more than any milestone. Once you've built this clear model, the test begins. Every decision becomes a question. Does this align with that self? It's not a test of perfection. It's a test of consistency. When you choose, speak, act, or respond, you ask, would that version of me say yes to this? Would they spend time here? Would they engage with this situation? If the answer is no, you don't need to force yourself. You simply don't do it. This method removes indecision. It clears internal arguments. You're no longer trying to figure out what's right. You're measuring alignment. This removes emotional swings from decision-making. You stop acting from moods. You begin acting from identity. The process begins with the small things: what you eat, how you show up, how you respond to interruption, how you prepare for sleep, how you enter rooms. These daily actions become your laboratory. Every moment becomes a reflection. Did I act from the old self or from the future I've chosen? Over time, this self becomes less of a target and more of a base. You stop reaching for it. You begin living from it. It becomes harder to make decisions that contradict it. Not because you're forcing discipline, but because the contrast is too obvious. Misalignment now feels loud. You can't ignore it. This test also makes values more visible. It reveals whether you've been operating from habit or from integrity. You may say health matters, but does your future self choose rest or overstimulation? You may say honesty matters, but does your future self speak the truth when it's inconvenient? You may say growth matters, but does your future self avoid hard conversations? The doppelganger test keeps you honest. You stop pretending you don't know what to do. You do know. The question is whether you'll choose the action that makes you more like the self you claim to be. You also begin to spot the false selves, versions of you that try to mimic your future self in appearance, but not in foundation. The part that performs discipline to be seen, the part that mimics stillness without clarity. These are temporary layers. When you notice them, you don't shame them. You refine them. This process is not about rejecting your present self. It's about making every moment a bridge. You begin to live with less contradiction, less confusion, more direction. You don't need a master plan. You need a mirror. And this mirror is built with behavior. You can also use this test during moments of failure. When you fall back into an old pattern, don't analyze endlessly. Ask, how would my future self respond now? You don't need to spiral. You return, quickly, quietly, with resolve. Tracking becomes helpful here. Use a simple daily prompt. What decision today aligned me with my future self? What decision did not? Keep it short. This trains your awareness without judgment. Over time, the pattern becomes clear. you'll see your alignment increase, not in theory, but in action. Relationships also shift through this process. You begin choosing people who reinforce your direction. You stop spending energy explaining your change. You let your choices speak. People will either move with your rhythm or drift out. You won't chase either outcome. This test also makes clarity non-negotiable. You stop tolerating ambiguity about who you want to be. You make the vision precise so your nervous system can recognize it. You don't waste time finding yourself. You decide, then you build. And the more you build, the more confident you become. Not because you're doing more, but because you're becoming more accurate. Confidence is a byproduct of alignment. When you live as the version of you that you respect, self-trust follows. Eventually, the future self stops feeling distant. It becomes your default. The habits that once felt forced become natural. The boundaries that once felt heavy become light. The discipline that once felt like effort becomes identity. Now that you've crafted a future self and begun measuring your life against it, something begins to settle. You act with more intention. You feel more in rhythm. But the question that still lingers beneath it all is whether that rhythm is real, or if you've simply gotten better at performing it. Has the old identity truly dissolved, or has it just changed clothes? Is the shift you feel structural, or is it surface? This is the moment for honesty, not about progress, but about depth. False growth hides in polish. It lives in the language of self-improvement, in routines that look evolved but are built on fear. It mimics transformation through aesthetics, performance, trend following, and discipline that hasn't yet reached the root. It can fool others, but if you listen closely, it cannot fool you. This next step is about checking for cracks beneath the paint. It's about asking the harder questions, not to tear yourself down, but to clear away the final illusion. True growth doesn't always look impressive. Often it looks quiet, unfinished, and hard to explain. But it feels clean. It carries less pressure. Start with outcomes, not the kind you show others, but the ones that repeat inside your private life. When conflict arises, does your reaction match the person you're becoming or the one you used to be? When boredom appears, do you seek silence or do you scroll and call it learning? When someone disappoints you, do you speak honestly or do you retreat into a practiced narrative about boundaries? These aren't small questions. They reveal the difference between change and decoration. Decoration is impressive. It speaks in polished phrases. It shows up early. It never misses a step. But when real life applies pressure, it collapses into old rhythms. Real growth is often harder to recognize. It's invisible in public, but undeniable in private. It lives in the way you treat people when you're tired, in the way you recover after failing, in the way you self-correct without making it a performance. False growth shows up in compensation, in the need to speak with authority instead of curiosity, in the desire to constantly explain what you've learned, in the urge to be seen as a certain kind of person instead of simply being one. These patterns signal attachment to image, not truth. One way to test for this is by removing your tools. What happens when you skip the ritual, when you miss the routine, when no one is watching? Do you still act with integrity, or does your system fall apart without the structure? This doesn't mean rituals are bad. They're powerful. But if they are the only thing keeping your behavior in check, then what you've built isn't identity, it's dependency. Look also at who still holds emotional power over you. If one person's reaction can undo your clarity, then your growth may still be rooted in external validation. Real progress doesn't make you untouchable. It makes you honest. You still feel, but you don't get pulled into old patterns when the feelings rise. Another signal of false growth is emotional rigidity. You follow the script perfectly, but there's no space for mess. You hide from confusion. You don't let yourself regress. You believe every mistake is a failure instead of part of a larger refinement. This pressure to maintain the image of improvement is itself the ego in disguise. Ask yourself this: are you creating space in your life for what's hard, or are you editing your environment to only include what confirms your progress? You can measure this by noticing how you respond to surprise, when your plans fall apart, when you're misunderstood, when you're overlooked, when you're told no. Real growth shows up in how you stay centered in those moments, not in how fast you fix them, in how willing you are to stay with what's uncomfortable without needing to prove anything. This is also a time to check your metrics. Are you tracking what matters, or are you counting what's easy to measure? Followers, routines, content, tasks, they can all feel like progress. But real change lives in how you treat your body, how you care for your nervous system, how you speak to yourself in silence. Another tool for detection is silence. Sit with no plan, no inputs, no expectations. If your mind immediately fills with the urge to do better, learn more, or fix something, then you're still driven by the same motor, just painted a new color. Let yourself sit in nothing. No direction, no answers, just presence. See how long you can stay there before the old voice starts whispering that you're falling behind. That whisper is your clue. It shows you what you're still attached to. You can also observe your conversations. Are they increasingly rooted in exploration, or do they orbit around, showing how far you've come? The latter is common. It's easy to turn growth into performance. But when growth becomes something you constantly advertise, it may not be as stable as you think. This is not about shame. This is about refinement. You may discover parts of your life that look advanced but feel hollow. Let that truth land. You don't need to burn everything down. You just need to come back to what's real. Let go of what looks impressive. Return to what actually helps. It may be helpful to revisit your earlier practices and strip them down. What were you trying to control? What were you trying to avoid? What part of you was afraid of being seen still in process? Most decoration grows from fear. Fear of being unworthy, fear of being misunderstood, fear of not being enough. The surface becomes a shield, but true growth requires exposure, not to the world, but to yourself. You can also invite feedback, not from people who will praise you, from people who have seen your worst days. Ask them how you've changed, not what you've accomplished, how you show up, how you repair, how you listen, then pause. Let the answers teach you. Real growth humbles you, not by making you small, but by making you honest. It removes the need to be perceived as evolved. It allows you to be where you are, without explanation, without apology. To keep this test alive, build checkpoints into your week. Reflect not on what you did, but on who you were being. Did your actions reflect alignment, or did they reinforce an image? Were you present, or were you performing? This practice will slowly rebuild your integrity from the inside. You'll stop needing applause. You'll stop needing certainty. You'll stop chasing the next layer of identity, because you'll start trusting your own awareness. After stripping away the outer layers of false growth, you're left with something raw, not broken, just real. The image is gone. What's left is energy. Some of it soft and grounded, some of it sharp and heavy. There's a fire underneath the stillness. It's been there the whole time, but you've been trained to tame it, to smooth it, to bury it. This fire is anger, not chaos, not violence, but life force that's been misunderstood. You were never meant to be untouched by anger. You were meant to listen to it, learn from it, and then use it. Not to destroy others, but to destroy the parts of yourself that were built to please, submit, shrink, or stay quiet. This is sacred rage. It's not reactive. It's not petty. It doesn't seek revenge or validation. It seeks truth. It moves through you when something inside finally says, "No more." It's the internal force that knows when a boundary has been crossed, when a role no longer fits, when the voice inside you has been silenced for too long. Sacred rage is different from repressed anger. Repressed anger festers. It becomes sarcasm, resentment, emotional withdrawal. It disguises itself as indifference or fatigue. Sacred rage is clean. It arrives in the body before it reaches the tongue. It speaks in posture, in breath, in a sudden burst of clarity. To work with it, you must begin by noticing where your anger actually lives. Most people store it in the body, in clenched jaws, tight shoulders, shallow breathing, frozen expressions. Your body keeps the shape of your unspoken boundaries. When you begin to reconnect with anger, you'll feel heat, not panic, not hatred, just energy that wants to move. Allowing it to move is where the transformation begins. You can do this through physical activation, sprinting, shaking, stomping, punching into pillows, screaming into water, not to discharge it wildly, but to give it form. The more physical intelligence you build, the less likely anger will leak out sideways. Then, take time to write. Not from the mind, but from the heat. Let the anger speak without editing. Let it name what it never had space to name. Let it call out the moments when you betrayed yourself to keep peace, when you apologized for existing, when you stayed quiet so someone else wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Let it rage, not at them, but at the false rules you've been living under. This rage is not a problem, it's a message, and once it's been heard, you'll begin to see what it's trying to protect. Anger guards what matters, your dignity, your truth, your energy, your boundaries. When those are threatened, sacred rage rises to restore order. Direct that rage inward, not as shame, but as power. Use it to burn the scripts you've been handed, the ones that say you must always be agreeable, that your worth comes from being needed, that your feelings are too much, that your truth will make you unlovable. These aren't beliefs, they're cages. Sacred rage breaks them open. You can do this visually. Write out every story you were taught that kept you small, every line you absorbed about who you're allowed to be. Then burn them, tear them, destroy them with presence. Let your body know those rules are gone. You're no longer available for that kind of control. Anger also teaches you about urgency. When channeled well, it gives you the fuel to act before doubt returns. When you've been paralyzed by overthinking, sacred rage helps you move. Not recklessly, but with a kind of clarity that bypasses fear. It becomes especially useful in decision-making. When you hesitate on a boundary, when you start negotiating with guilt, when you shrink back into old patterns, you can return to the fire. You ask, what am I no longer willing to tolerate? What am I willing to say out loud now that I couldn't before? The answers come quickly. Anger doesn't waste time. It doesn't ask for permission. It speaks what's been waiting. And when you let it move through action, not just feeling, you begin to trust yourself again. This process also helps with inherited guilt. Many people carry silent shame for not meeting the expectations of others. Parents, cultures, partners, systems. Sacred rage calls that out. It says, "I didn't come here to be what you needed. I came here to be what I am." That's not rebellion, that's alignment. Letting anger move also creates space for softness. Once the suppression lifts, you'll find grief underneath. The sadness of how long you lived, muted. How many times you smiled while breaking. How often you betrayed your own knowing. Let that sadness come. It balances the fire. But don't skip straight to grief. Anger must go first. If not, you'll cry without ever reclaiming your power. This work is best done in cycles. Feel, move, reflect, act, rest, then repeat. Each round burns through another layer of false identity, not violently, with clarity. You become less interested in being palatable and more committed to being whole. And as you do, your relationships shift. You stop saying yes when you mean no. You stop softening your words to protect fragile egos. You speak cleanly, not louder, more direct. You stop apologizing for your tone. You let your energy carry weight. Sacred rage also clears confusion. When you can't decide what's true, ask what makes you feel insulted. Ask what you would say if you didn't fear the consequences. Rage will often point directly at your truth. It doesn't guess, it knows. To keep this tool alive, build a space in your life where your fire is welcome. A journal, a room, a ritual, a practice. You don't need to stay angry, but you need to know where your anger goes when it visits. If you always shut the door, it will find another way to speak, and it won't be gentle. When integrated, sacred rage becomes the backbone of your boundaries, the energy you call on when you're tired but something still needs to be said, the clarity that rises when someone crosses a line, the certainty that shows up when someone calls you too much, and you feel nothing but peace. Eventually this fire becomes your ally, not to burn others, to burn away every layer of guilt, fear, and conditioning that kept your power silent. After channeling sacred rage to tear down the false roles you've outgrown, the structure that once held your identity begins to collapse for good. What you once called you now feels more like architecture than essence, something built over time, influenced by others, reinforced by habit. You no longer confuse your expression with your truth. You've burned through guilt, rewired reaction, and taken back control over who speaks inside your mind. But now you face a deeper assumption, one that lives beneath all others. The idea that you are a fixed personality. That assumption must go next. You've spent your whole life being told what kind of person you are. You've repeated those labels in your mind for years. Introvert, extrovert, driven, easygoing, sensitive, tough, funny, quiet. These traits became your self-definition. They gave you shape. But eventually, they became cages. They turned into a script you didn't realize you were still reading from. This final process is about learning to see personality not as identity, but as utility. A set of tools, not truths. Temporary modes of expression, not permanent structures. You do not have to be consistent with your past. You are allowed to become multiple things, depending on the moment, the environment, the task at hand. Personality is not who you are. It's how you've adapted. It's the set of responses you've repeated long enough to call natural. But that doesn't mean they are true. Many traits that feel authentic are actually survival mechanisms, learned behaviors that got reinforced through feedback and repetition. If they've never been questioned, they're not expressions, they're reflexes. The disassembly begins by separating traits from self. Start with the labels you've carried the longest, the ones that feel most you, the ones you use to explain your preferences, your choices, your behaviors. Then ask, where did I first learn this about myself? Who benefited from me being this way? When did this trait become a habit? And most importantly, can I turn this trait off? That last question changes everything. Because the moment you realize that any trait can be adjusted, you realize that none of them are fixed. You are not a quiet person. You've practiced silence. You are not a people pleaser. You've adapted to avoid conflict. You are not emotionally distant. You've learned to disconnect for safety. These are not permanent traits. They are repeated responses. Once you separate self from pattern, you gain range. You begin to test new expressions. You speak with more volume when needed. You set boundaries with less hesitation. You ask for help when that once felt unsafe. Not because you've changed into someone else, but because you've stopped protecting a script. To deepen this, identify the traits you've over-identified with, the ones you defend when challenged, the ones you justify in conversation. I've always been this way. That's just how I operate. These phrases signal attachment. That attachment is where flexibility is lost. Now try on the opposite, not as role play, but as practice. If you say you're bad at confrontation, initiate one small moment of truth. If you believe you're not assertive, make one clear request. If you see yourself as non-creative, make something unplanned. The goal isn't to become someone else. It's to show your nervous system that range is available. This unlocks a new level of choice. You stop defaulting to the same settings. You begin asking, which version of me is needed right now? Which part of me serves this situation best? You treat traits as tools, not as limitations. This is adaptability, not inauthenticity. True authenticity includes the ability to shift on purpose. From here, your vocabulary must change. Replace identity statements with behavior statements. Instead of saying, I'm not confident, say, I'm practicing presence under pressure. Instead of, I'm anxious, say, my system is activated and I'm grounding. This rewires how you relate to yourself. You stop labeling. You start observing. You'll also begin to see how many of your personality traits were designed to be palatable. You softened yourself to be liked. You minimized needs to be accepted. You became agreeable to avoid rejection. These traits served a purpose, but they are not you. They are artifacts. You can thank them and release them. This release must include embodied practice. Start showing up differently in familiar environments. Speak more than usual. Interrupt when it matters. Pause longer before responding. These small changes create friction, and friction rewrites familiarity. You show others that you are not static. You teach them how to meet you now. There will be resistance, from others and from within. The old identity wants to be preserved. It equates consistency with safety. But you've already outgrown consistency. Now you need flexibility, the kind that allows you to lead one moment and receive in the next, the kind that allows strength and softness to exist in the same breath. To support this shift, revisit old environments with new expression. Return to a place or person where you once played a fixed role. This time, do not default. Speak the new tone. Hold the new posture. Choose the new trait. Observe what happens. Your presence begins to reshape the pattern. The environment adjusts. Your range expands. You'll notice something else too. With each disassembled trait, shame begins to fall away, because shame lives in false identity. It tells you, this is who you are, and it's not enough. But when you stop believing you are any one thing, shame has nothing to hold on to. You become fluid, and fluidity doesn't apologize. This work must be paired with self-reflection. Ask regularly, which version of me showed up today? Did I choose that version, or did I repeat it? What other parts of me could have served better? These questions sharpen self-awareness. They reveal new layers. Over time, your personality becomes a toolkit. You use boldness when it's needed. You use stillness when it brings clarity. You use curiosity instead of certainty. You stop clinging to how you are. You start asking what's required. This creates emotional agility. You become less reactive, more precise. You don't spiral when challenged. You adjust. You don't hide when seen differently. You expand. You don't resist new dynamics. You respond. This also transforms how you relate to others. You stop reducing people to their traits. You begin seeing their adaptations, their coping strategies, their frozen roles, and you allow them the space to change too. You stop expecting them to stay the same just to keep you comfortable. Eventually, you live without a fixed self. You move with depth, not identity. And when people ask who you are, you don't answer with a label. You answer with presence. Now that personality itself has been dismantled and you've stepped into a life of conscious fluidity, you've arrived at a rare kind of clarity. You no longer act from roles. You no longer protect a fixed image. You choose who to be in each moment based on truth, not history. But beneath this freedom lies one final question, one that strips everything bare. If this life had ended already, and this day was a second chance, how would you begin again? Legacy inversion is the practice of starting from the end. It's not a mindset trick. It's a radical shift in perspective. You no longer build forward from the present. You build backward from the absence of your existence. You assume death has already come. The version of you that carried your fears, regrets, missed chances, unspoken words, and unexpressed self has ended. What's left now is only choice. No past to preserve. No unfinished business. Only now. This exercise is not about fear. It's about truth. Most people live as if they have more time to become themselves, as if clarity will come later, as if one day they'll wake up and have the courage to live differently. But that day doesn't exist unless it's created, and nothing creates that day like death. Begin by writing your own ending. Describe the final day of the person you used to be, not dramatically, just honestly. Name what was left undone, the conversations avoided, the creativity buried, the risks dodged, the love held back, the patterns never questioned. Be specific. This is not a journal entry, it's a burial rite. Then shift. Let that life be complete. You are not carrying it forward. You are not trying to fix it. You are beginning again. From here, your decisions are no longer based on identity maintenance. You're not keeping a reputation alive. You're not continuing a version of yourself for continuity. You're rebuilding from zero. This perspective sharpens your choices. When nothing needs to be preserved, the fear of change dissolves. When nothing needs to be explained, the pressure to justify disappears. You're no longer trying to fulfill a version of success inherited from someone else. You're asking, freshly, what matters now? You rebuild slowly. From value, not from memory. You decide which relationships continue, not based on obligation, but on alignment. You return to your work, not from duty, but from vision. You choose how you speak, eat, walk, create, not because it matches who you were, but because it honors who you are allowed to be now. Everything becomes deliberate, even small acts. You stop wasting hours on things you wouldn't miss if this second life was limited. You cut the noise. You end the delay. There is no longer a version of yourself that needs time to prepare. You are already in motion. Legacy inversion also removes the need for revenge. You stop seeking closure from people who won't understand. You stop arguing for your pain. You let them remember the old you however they need to, because that version died. The new one doesn't need to be seen, it needs to be lived. In this life-after-death state, forgiveness becomes easier. You no longer carry the weight of who you were when harm occurred. You release others from your memory of them. You no longer try to reconcile the story. You simply write a new one with different characters or none at all. This also changes how you deal with fear. If you've already died, then the fear of failure holds less weight. You're no longer trying to build a perfect legacy. You're not seeking immortality through reputation. You're simply living a life that feels whole, right now, not later. From this frame, even time shifts. You don't count hours in the same way. You don't spend days working toward a retirement version of yourself. You stop delaying presence. You live inside experience rather than narrating it. You become quiet inside, even when the outside world remains loud. This practice is not about abandoning all structure. It's about designing from truth. When you live as if this life is a gift you never expected to receive, you become more selective with your energy. You say no faster. You walk away sooner. You pour more of yourself into fewer things. You also start to speak differently. You waste fewer words. You stop trying to be clever or understood by everyone. You say what is real, without editing, without decoration. Because you're not preserving identity, you're expressing essence. The people who meet you from this place will feel something different. They won't be sure what changed, but they'll feel the stillness behind your choices, the quiet behind your eyes, the absence of performance, the presence of permission. This is not enlightenment. This is commitment to a life you do not assume will last, a life you do not decorate for others to admire, a life you no longer owe to a past you've already closed. Legacy inversion also makes rest sacred. You stop viewing recovery as something to justify. You sleep with peace. You pause without shame. Because your time is not being spent to impress anyone. It's being used to be fully alive. You may feel emotional during this process, not because of loss, but because of realization. You see how much time was spent delaying the inevitable. You see how much of your old life was built from fear of not being good enough. That fear dies with the old self, and what rises is not perfection, it's permission. From here, you begin to practice a new kind of generosity, not the kind that seeks approval, the kind that flows from overflow. You give because there's no need to hoard. You speak kindness because there's no longer a mask to protect. You help because there's no longer an agenda. It's simple, and it's enough. Your creativity shifts too. You stop trying to be original. You stop performing excellence. You make what you feel. You share what moves you. You stop waiting until it's good enough. It's already real, and that's enough. Each day now becomes a new life. You rise not to repeat, but to reawaken. You are not building toward a legacy. You are building from one. Every moment lived in alignment is the legacy. Eventually, the line between the life that ended and the one that began starts to blur. You forget the version of yourself that used to hesitate. You forget what it was like to explain everything. You stop trying to prove the past wrong. You're too busy living right. Now that you've crossed the threshold of legacy inversion, what remains is something fewer than 1% ever reach. Stillness without explanation. You no longer need to rehearse your identity. You no longer argue with your history. You no longer bargain with the future. There is only this, being alive on purpose, not because of some grand meaning, but because you choose to be. There's nothing left to prove. There's nothing left to fix. There's only alignment, the kind that cannot be bought or taught, only lived. But before we close, there's one final step. Not a lesson, a challenge. It's time to take everything you've built, everything you've unlearned, everything you've destroyed and reconstructed, and bring it into the world. Not with noise, with precision. You've redefined your values. You've replaced the voice inside your head. You've returned from exile. You've practiced silence, rage, stillness, discomfort. You've chosen your identity consciously and learned how to drop it when needed. But now the test becomes daily. Every room you walk into will expect the old you. They may not say it, but their energy will ask for it. Your old tone, your old reaction, your old softness, your old self-erasure. Your job is not to meet those expectations. Your job is to stay with the version of you that walked out of the fire. And here's what no one tells you. They won't always understand. They might push back. They might call you cold, too direct, too still, too much. That is not your problem. You did not come back from the death of the old self to become more acceptable. You came back to become real. This new life is not about peace in every moment. It's about precision in your yes and your no. It's about knowing what matters so clearly that you're willing to lose people over it. And when you're willing to lose people, you stop losing yourself. You'll start building again, slowly, intentionally, not from urgency, from awareness. You'll speak less, but everything you say will land deeper. You'll show up softer, but with more power. You'll stop needing to be right and start needing to be honest. And when the old loops return, and they will, you will not panic. You will not spiral. You will recognize them like an echo, and you will respond as the new you, calmly, directly, without apology. Because you've already died once. And this time, you are not wasting a single breath. This is your second life. Live accordingly. Now go. And now, as you step into this second life, you start to understand something even deeper. Rebirth isn't a single moment. It's not the dramatic line in a story or the closing scene in a film. It's a quiet, ongoing decision, made in moments no one else sees. It happens when you choose not to answer a message that pulls you backward, when you speak plainly, even when your voice shakes, when you stand still while your old self begs you to run. It happens when you leave a conversation that used to make you feel small, when you let someone misunderstand you and don't chase their approval, when you wake up and no longer feel the need to earn your place on the planet. That's when you know it's real, because you're not performing clarity anymore. You're embodying it. And from here, even success changes. You no longer define it by volume or numbers. You stop chasing metrics that were created to measure people who never lived like you. You redefine success as integrity with action. You measure progress by whether or not you abandon yourself to meet the room. You measure strength by how often you remain present when pressure rises. You start to notice what holds weight and what doesn't. Most of the things that used to take up your mental bandwidth now feel irrelevant. Status, applause, the constant need to be understood. You stop chasing resolution where only repetition lives. You stop trying to fix people who are committed to misunderstanding. You no longer enter debates just to prove that you've evolved. You know who you are. The need to explain fades. And with that, the energy that used to be scattered begins to concentrate. You're sharper in fewer directions. You focus not on quantity, but on clarity. You might do less, but what you do now has weight. You don't multitask your life. You don't dilute your voice. You become a person people feel before you speak. And people will notice. Some won't say it out loud, but they will start treating you differently. They may feel uneasy around the version of you that doesn't flinch, doesn't chase, doesn't justify. They may pull back. They may challenge the change. That's part of the deal. You cannot step into a new life and bring everyone with you. You learn that some connections were tied to the old identity, built on your compliance, your smile, your silence. When those traits fall away, so do those dynamics, and you let them, not from coldness, but from truth. You're no longer here to entertain someone else's story about who you should be. And this honesty begins to transform your inner world too. You become less easily impressed, not because you're bitter, but because your definition of value has changed. You stop confusing noise with depth. You see through the performances you once praised. You begin to seek what is solid, what is quiet, what is true. You become more sensitive to energy, less tolerant of pretense, more hungry for depth, less available for distraction. You stop needing everything to be fast, flashy, or certain. You can sit in stillness longer. You can say, "I don't know," without shame. You can rest without needing to deserve it. And this becomes your new foundation, not built on performance, but on presence. It's here that you begin to feel the weight of time differently. You no longer rush through your day trying to prove something. You no longer waste hours maintaining a version of yourself that doesn't reflect your values. You choose presence over productivity, quality over speed, attention over appearance. You start leaving things unfinished when they don't need to be completed. You walk away from opportunities that don't match your internal compass. You don't cling to potential, you follow alignment. Even when it means saying no to something others would call perfect. And when fear rises, and it will, you speak to it calmly. You don't exile it. You invite it into the room. You say, "I see you, but I'm not giving you the mic." Because you've learned how to live with fear without letting it make your decisions. This kind of living is rare, not because it's inaccessible, but because it requires letting go of everything that made you feel safe before. The old self got rewards. The old self got applause. The old self got comfort. The new self gets peace. But peace is not passive. It's earned. Not through control, but through surrender. Not through certainty, but through trust. And trust takes work. It requires you to live each day like you were given one final shot. To stop delaying the thing you've been waiting to feel ready for. To stop scripting your life to look like a success story. You're not here for the performance anymore. You're here for the truth. So you keep walking, one decision at a time, no longer ruled by fear, no longer hijacked by ego, no longer tethered to the past, not perfectly, but clearly. And that clarity is enough. From here, there's nothing left to become, only something to be, and you already are. You've just walked through 4 hours of internal demolition, not surface change, not motivational fluff, but a complete breakdown and rebuild of the self. guided by 24 brutal, freeing, and necessary steps. You didn't just level up. You buried the version of you that was built from fear, approval, delay, and false duty. You unlearned. You rewired. You let parts of yourself die so something real could finally breathe. You faced the internal noise, the inherited voices, the outdated roles. You practiced silence. You rewrote your story. You entered exile and came back different. You learned to spot your micro-betrayals, to burn the boats, to act with clarity. You chose discomfort over ego, rage over repression, presence over performance. And finally, you stopped trying to be yourself and started using personality as a tool, not a prison. Now you're not just living, you're living as if you already died once. This is your second life. Don't waste it trying to impress the version of you that didn't survive. Your turn. In the comments, drop "The old me is gone." That way, I'll know who actually made it to the end and who's walking into life with both eyes open. If you found clarity in this, subscribe and turn on the bell. This isn't just a channel, it's a training ground for becoming untouchable. See you in the next one.